Call a meeting to order at 5:02. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Some announcements before we get started. West Newbury Community Choice Power Supply Program begins April 2025. The opt-out deadline is March 20th. We're going to have a presentation tonight, and there's also one at the Sage Center, March 13th. That's at Newbury, right?
Yeah, it's lunch and learn.
Okay.
Yeah. And people do need to RSVP for that for meal planning for
Okay. The Sage Center March and April newsletter is now available. Lots of great programming going on in the next couple of months there. And still call for volunteers. There's a complete list of openings on the town website on the volunteer tab. Item A, public comment. Is anybody here interested in making a public comment? None. We'll move on to item B, town manager updates.
In the interest of the length of the agenda, I have very little that's not already on tonight's agenda, but just very briefly, we did have a checking meeting today with DER regarding the River Road culvert. So we'll have more updates on that in the future. I think it was very interesting. Yeah, really very substantive. Unfortunately, the consultants, I guess, didn't have server access, so they weren't able to actually screen share anything, but it was a very substantive meeting. I think clearly the majority of the meeting was toward West Newbury. So our culvert is much more complicated than the others.
Kind of confirmed a lot of things that we knew about, you know, the complications with the river flows and the coastal flows and.
And I think there was some good frank discussion, including with Georgianne at DER regarding kind of a reasonableness in terms of cost to, you know, potential cost that I should do something about this, and at what point do things just balloon to where they're disproportionate to the
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, so I mean, there wasn't like
No
anything
answers.
tangible, but it was more than an hour. There was a lot talked about. We'll have more on that in a future meeting.
Was there any discussion or reference to the geotech borings and?
Actually, no.
I know that was done by the town, but I assume that's shared with DER.
Oh, yeah, they just need to get us the report.
Yeah, okay.
And there was some other data they said they sent to us, but they hadn't, so I think,
Yeah, they mentioned that. I hadn't seen it.
yeah, I hadn't either, so we just need to, I'll follow up with them
Okay.
and see what they have.
They came up on short notice. We just got the invite, what, a day or two ago.
Yeah.
So, but that was midday today.
So it was just a status update?
Mhm.
Yeah. Is that the only thing you wanted to update on?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Moving on to item C, department updates and discussion. Item A is to review the updated draft work scope and schedule for the anticipated MVP action grant application. Christine, do you want?
Sure, yeah, I'm not gonna walk through it, I mean, you see the outline, and I know you have a full meeting. But it's basically the outline filled out and with all the potential items. There's been thorough input from a couple of members of the CCRC, and then they have a meeting next week. So they've been keeping up to date, the other members. Another update, MVPC has agreed to work with us, so that's great news. So we have a meeting with them earlier, it was on Monday, so they're actually gonna be reviewing this, providing input, which is gonna be a big help. With respect to the public engagement tests and the regional tests, I do think there will be some streamlining in tasks 2 and 3, because it's a lot of public events and meetings, and we know that can be a lot of work, so I think we'll work on that and kind of maybe beef up the alternative section a little bit more. And then send this out, hopefully next week, to some consultants. And at some point, it just has to be pencils down, and then we'll get feedback from them.
Yeah. So on the cost, each task has the cost is one of the items. That's just a subjective or kind of qualitative.
At this point, yes,
Yeah.
yes, this is just kind of as we think through it, when we have like the scope that we send out, final one that we send out to the consultants, we will make sure we highlight which sections we want prices on. There was also question as to. Are we gonna be like, tracking volunteer hours and things like that, but I did dig up a written email from Michelle Rowden, who's the coordinator, and she said, no, you don't have to submit hours. So that was good, so in a sense, the question on here was, do we have to say what the equivalent cost would be for volunteers? We do not need to in the application. We can track it if we like. Perhaps volunteers want to do that. I know tracking staff hours is a lot of work, so. So these are just kind of notes to ourselves, if we want to calculate that.
And for the portions identified for MVPC, as Christine said, but just to make it clear, they're gonna be getting us essentially a proposal of what, what that would represent for their time. And we'll be looking for them to submit, an affirmative, letter, committing that they would have the time and resources to do that, so that they'd be really part of our pre-identified consulting team.
Regarding tracking hours or not, I assume there's a narrative for the application.
Yes,
And I wonder if in the narrative, it would be worth observing the amount of time that was put in on the previous grant and that equivalent effort and contribution, staff and volunteer contributions expected this time. But just noting that we're not tracking it.
yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We can note of it that that's part of, the effort that we are putting.
And
into this.
noting that we're not tracking it because of the additional overhead and we have enough overhead as it is.
Right,
Yeah.
right. I agree. I think that's worthwhile putting in there. But not on that Schedule B, which is the contract.
Okay.
That just confuses Schedule B
Yeah,
even more.
I guess, part of the reason I'm asking about the cost is that, staff time is not listed in very many of these, but I feel like there is gonna be a significant amount of your time especially, and it might be good for us to know internally, is this a 50% of your time every week,
Yeah,
some, metric like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We can look at that. And keep that in mind when we. Kind of commit to some of these tasks, because
Yeah.
we understand how long they take. One thing that I just haven't gotten to yet is putting this into a spreadsheet with a schedule, and I think that will really tell us.
Yeah.
How much time we have between events and working around other things going on in the town at the same time, and be very mindful of everyone's time. 'Cause it can be a lot, even if it says it's a volunteer task, there's always communications that need to go out via town staff and, miscellaneous coordination, so.
Yeah, and there's, I think I mentioned, or we maybe mentioned this a little bit in last week's discussion, but because of, it's laid out in a linear fashion, but that's a little confusing because that's not actually, a lot of these would proceed in parallel. It just has to be laid out that way because that's how the MVP grant is prescribed. But in reality, they'd be in parallel. So that's the spreadsheet Christine's talking about, is to kind of layer it on a calendar so we can see if some of these are gonna all fall at a comparable time of year, and to just try to have a kind of ground truth that in terms of what's realistic to actually do within certain time, periods of time, especially taking into account things like budget season, town meeting cycles, including summers when town staff are certainly working hard all summer, but the community, that's not a realistic time to have major public meetings. And when you factor that all in, there's, in the holidays, there's not, you can't have public engagement year round. It's just not realistic.
Yeah. Will you also be identifying which staff are involved? I mean, I know you are primarily, but I'm assuming Clay would be involved with the wetlands.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know if Butch is involved at all.
Very
He would be,
Good.
yeah, I mean,
It might be helpful to include that in your.
that's true, yes, that would be a very good point.
Do you have any questions, Chris? Okay. Anything else?
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Anything on item D, board commission and committee updates? Either of you? No. Okay. We move on to action item.
Actually, maybe I'll just make a quick comment. I'm hoping that in the next week, between Chip Wallace and myself, we'll get something out for consideration, on the streetlights. LED streetlights. So just kind of want that to be up there.
Under action items, item A, review the draft scope of work for Break Hill analysis and study.
So I put together a draft, really based on what I was inferring was the board's objective, and I sent it out to Christine and Butch, and Kate and Parker had some comments back, refined it a bit, and what you see is the revised version. So really the question is this in fact what you have in mind? And if so, or with whatever modifications you may recommend tonight, our next step would be to send this around, not as a formal bid, but just as to get budgetary level quotes. Are we talking about, you know, what type of cost are we talking about? We would share this with a couple of engineering and survey firms, and they would come back to us hopefully prior to the next joint meeting on March 27th and tell us kind of ballpark what we should be carrying for the article request.
Were you able to do any research on information we have to kind of guide this, or are you just assuming the consultant will? take that?
You're saying in terms of like prior construction standards?
Yeah,
or-
and the existing conditions of the road.
Not existing conditions unless, I don't know if Butch has looked at anything on that, but in terms of the construction standards, some of what I put into tonight's packet speaks to some of that. And obviously we have the original subdivision approval. So I think all the documents we'd be turning over, I think are largely already in a folder in my office. So we just wanted to convey, we're not expecting a consultant to spend time burrowing through different offices. We would just hand them, these are the background documents we have, and they would go from there.
Yeah, so that'll streamline.
Save a few hours for sure, yeah, of consulting time, yeah.
Did you have anything to add, Butch?
I looked briefly in my files upstairs. I will look again early Monday
Okay,
and see if I can look through them again a little more closer and see what I can find.
yeah. I was just curious if you could tell, you know, how the road was built and what kind of standards.
Yeah, I looked briefly the other day and I'll go more over Monday.
Thanks.
So the question I have, you know, reading through all the material, is, assuming, you know, the town meeting supports this and the town would move forward looking at adopting this to the town road. So currently the town, based on, you know, the council, the town owns to the midline of the road and the butters on the rest. So, in order to adopt it, you know, the abutters need to formally give their part to the town, correct?
It would be taken by a vote of town meeting.
Yeah.
And the way, if
Is
you
it
think back.
taken or is it given?
Well, so if you think back to the Cortland Lane acceptance a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
The language of the article refers to eminent, it refers to eminent domain.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily eminent domain, but the way KP drafts the street acceptance standard language, it provides for all of those options.
Okay.
So it can either be, you know, given over or if necessary, taken.
This on the discussion, the FinCom later on.
It is, yeah, tonight is
That's a
really
different
just,
level.
is the scope and what the board is intending to propose, and then later is gonna be more. Do you support it or not?
Do
So
we
it's
have
two-
a dollar number that's gonna be for the preliminary?
No, that's what I'm saying. We need to shop this around. We need to know this is generally the scope that we're talking about. So we wouldn't have a dollar number till the 27th.
Okay, maybe when we get with the FinCom, the discussion will. Do we need a number? I mean, at this point, there's the conversation, is there a four abutters to this roadway will have to contribute to the cost potentially?
Well, we're just talking about the study, not the cost of the.
I'm not enthusiastic about spending money on a study if the abutters aren't interested in contributing to the cost.
Okay,
So that would be kind of foolish to go down too far. So we can discuss that when FinCom, I think it would be probably wiser.
all right, so assuming this was, you know, we don't have that funding question, are you in support of the scope? You think that scope is adequate to give this information?
I think we give you the information. I'm not sure I'll be supportive of the cost to support that.
No, I understood. Or do you have any questions on it? I think, if you did it, Angus, I think you did a great job pulling that together and. Support from staff too. Okay. Item B is a request for fee waiver for the rental of town hall.
And just, I know I sent an email this afternoon, I don't know if you all saw it or not, but the request is now for the annex, not town hall, because of, there were, at a staff level, we had concerns about town hall because of the known issues of safety of the crossing as well as the parking limitations.
Yeah.
The estimated attendance is 30, but with that back parking lot, there's really not room for that number of cars, and there's also, you know, issues with the right of way and so forth, and we wouldn't want to see that kind of bubble up on someone's wedding day. So
Right.
we have been recommending looking at the annex as an option. There is a Boy Scouts event earlier that day that was on the calendar through 3 p.m., which would not have worked, but Caitlin reached out to the Boy Scouts and they said they would be done, you know, by, I think they said 12:30 or 1, which would be enough time for the resident to get in if the uses, so if they could both happen that day.
Okay,
So the request is for the annex.
and the time frame is the same, all the other details are the same?
Yeah, I think it's, I talked to Caitlin about it this afternoon. I think she was saying, till 8 or possibly 9 p.m. I'm not sure what it says on the form.
Jim, what page is the form? I haven't.
57.
I think it was, what Caitlin told me was, 3 p.m. start, but she would want to have access to the facility more like, 1 or 1:30 to set up. And that, the end time would be either 8 or 9 p.m. I don't know if the residents here, to clarify that, but that was.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Is that accurate? Like 3 to, like set up at like 1 or 1:30?
Yes, we wanted it earlier because we were planning on them getting married there.
Mhm.
But since they chose to get married through City Hall, you know, we don't need that time frame for the justice of the peace to come in and, you know, maybe 3 hours, 4.
So and like 8 or 9 p.m. on the back end?
Yes,
So which we have allowed uses to go as late as 9. Obviously, it's immediately adjacent to senior housing, but as long as music is, you know, ended by no later than 9 p.m., that's not been an issue. So really, the question before you isn't the use request, it's the fee request.
And what is the fee usually?
You have to schedule it's let me pull that up.
And who is the wedding for?
my son.
Oh, nice. So you're expecting about 30 people?
He has a lot of friends.
Yeah.
But I just said that amount, but I don't know if they're gonna all show up. And our original plan was to carpool. So they said that we could fit 6 cars in the front
Mm-hmm.
and we were gonna carpool, you know, the people that came. That was the original plan for the other, the old
Mhm.
town hall.
Yep.
So when she mentioned the annex, I said, I don't have a problem with it, it's just the setting up. Because I'm gonna be by myself setting up everything. So I don't know if I had enough time to do it or.
Well, it sounds like you will now if you're starting later, right?
So then.
And parking won't be an issue now.
Yeah, and that's really important.
Yeah.
No one wants, you know, there's been some.
Challenges.
Yes, with the town hall parking.
Yeah.
The normal fee would be for a commercial or private function would be $50 an hour, nonprofit organization $25 an hour, West Newbury organization free. So the typical fee would be $50 an hour. The request is for a waiver based on financial hardship.
Any questions? And there's no alcohol?
No.
I don't mind waiving a fee, particularly for residents, but do you need to hold a security deposit to make sure it's cleaned up and be rather concerned?
How is that handled?
We haven't done that in the past.
But you've got a fee, so if they didn't clean, you've got some ability to cover that.
That's true. That's true, yeah.
So, I mean, you could request a $200
Yeah.
security deposit
Yeah, the
return.
board could put a condition like that, I think that would be reasonable.
That's.
Yeah,
Is that something that you should be able to work with?
Yes.
Okay.
and that would be returned after the event, provided everything's left in the way it's found.
Great.
Make a motion to waive the fee for the use of the town units. Nellie Ortiz for her event on March 29th, with a security deposit of $200 to be held with verification of the facility being left clean.
Would you entertain a friendly amendment to $100?
Sure.
We second that. All in favor?
All
When
right, so
when you said $100, you meant the security deposit.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll let Caitlin Barker know that, and she'll be in touch with you tomorrow to work out the details, but you're all set, so you can work at the end of the time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations to your son too.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Enjoy it.
Okay, item C. 10 minutes, so we'll get started. This is a request for referral of an updated draft accessory dwelling unit bylaw amendment.
Way to start. I can introduce myself in the discussion because progress of making use of the AQ bylaw and special permits. So we're gonna impose any undue influence.
Okay.
Sitting right in that area.
So, hopefully the memo in the packet kind of speaks for itself. In short, I think the initial draft, in my opinion, kind of throws the baby out with the bathwater. And I think the revised version preserves the kind of qualitative standards that a lot of thought went into the first time the bylaw was brought forward, so. I think it's better, it's definitely, would necessitate a new public hearing by the planning board. But the timing would allow for that if this is referred out tonight, that they could have their hearing at their first meeting in April, and it would still be timely before the FinCom packet was finalized.
Okay, and that would give them enough time to do the legal ad and.
Yep,
Yeah, I mean, these are all things that were debated and agreed to on town meeting floor, so it makes sense to retain.
No, my thought was it's good.
All right.
Yeah, I make the motion that we. I guess we refer this to the planning board, the proposed changes as shown in the packet for, special permitted ADUs. In the zoning time.
All in favor?
thank you.
Well, there was an exception, wasn't there, except for anything that is on Main Street.
None of it affects me either way.
If it doesn't bear. Moving on to general discussion items. We have 5 minutes. Do you think that's enough time to talk about the master plan, Angus?
I think so.
All right. So this is a continued discussion of a draft expression of interest for a potential one-stop grant application, and this is for development of a master plan for the town of West Newbury.
So I think, I thought last week's discussion was really good, and as we're getting a better understanding of this grant, I think really the way I see the question is, do we, I think we probably all agree that kind of spreading out the process to have a visioning followed by master plan is gonna make sense, so we don't end up in this 18-month, which I think we all agree is a completely unrealistic and unproductive timeline for something as important as this. So I think the question is, do we want to go after a grant this cycle for a visioning process in the expectation we then go after a separate grant, whether that's in 1 year or possibly 2 years, depending on how long that takes? Or do we want to look at possibly self-funding an initial phase with an expectation of, going after a grant for a master plan funds next cycle? Because I think if we self-funded, we could probably be ready for next cycle for the grant. Whereas if we apply for a grant, because of the time it'll take for that to play out, it may push us, back to 2 years from now for a second grant.
Did you have a rough sense of the cost for visioning?
I don't, No, I mean, there was some information that I think Katrina had found on, what she'd seen other communities had, expended, Middleton funded divisioning with 25,000.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, maybe 30,000.
Mhm.
What do you think, Rick and Chris, about self-funding versus funding for the grant?
Well, I think the grant's not gonna work because of the time frame compressing it, even if he was successful and all things, you're gonna have to break it up somehow.
Right, so I'm saying, if we're gonna break it up and do visioning first, do we wanna try to get a grant for that, or do we wanna just pay for that part of it out of free cash and then apply for the grant for the full study?
We don't have any grants on the horizon right now to apply for, do we?
Well, we could apply for a one-stop for the visioning.
Then you're,
But because by the time we learn if we get the grant and then hire a consultant, I doubt we'd be ready a year from now to apply for a second grant for the master. And we could, possibly, but I mean, it's possible. We just probably wouldn't have that visioning process even started for 4 to 6 months.
So
So I don't think we'd be ready a year from now, although, maybe we could still apply a year from now saying we're in the midst of a visioning session.
Right.
Or visioning process. I don't think there's a right answer. I think there's a couple of different options.
I personally, although I won't be sitting here, I would prefer that, that we use the grant as opposed to self-funding, because by pushing things out 3 or 4 months, there's so much on everybody's plate right now that this is one more significant thing on everybody's plate. And to me, there's some sense in just delaying a little bit and allowing some other things to play out rather than adding one more stressor to everybody's workload.
I wondered about the timing too, but is that not a problem then?
I mean,
Oh, it is a problem. No, we're absolutely-
I mean, to put it out 3 or 4 months, otherwise it's down the road.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's a problem, and I don't think that it would forestall the idea of applying for a grant potentially a year from now.
right,
Because
Right.
even if we're not through the visioning process, and we have someone under contract and we're 6 months into a process, we could be very competitive for a grant next year. I just don't know that. I don't want anyone thinking that that's for something we absolutely can do. It all depends when we learn we get the grant, when things get going.
And then change the article we have for the funding and for the 17,000.
It would reduce the amount, but it wouldn't change the language because we would still be seeking grant matching funds.
Seems then like an agreeable way to go, I think. Okay, Wendy?
Yeah, I mean, I know you say it doesn't make any difference, but I just feel like applying for 2 grants, does that lessen our chances if we've already, received grant money for part of the master plan? It seems to me our full master plan grant application would be more favorable if we've already addressed.
Hey, Google, lower volume.
Is there,
Yeah, please.
I'm just looking at the materials in the
All right.
packet, a couple of examples here. Leverett had received funding in 2 phases in FY 22, 39,000 for the initial and 75 for the second phase a year later. Rentham received, looks like money for the phase 2, but Leverett, there's at least an example of a
And
community.
are those is that phase 1 the visioning part, or do you know if they broke it up separately, or if I wasn't able to look up on the website?
I don't know. I'm just going by what's in there.
Yeah, I'm actually concerned that if we wait 3 or 4 months, that it's gonna be right at the same time as the ADP's grant, and that's up and running. I mean,
Well, we've also got an OSRP that we're,
Right,
I mean, there's just a lot.
Yeah.
There's no 2 ways of it, but
yeah,
I think right now we're at the expression of interest stage.
Yeah.
So this is not a, you don't,
we need to decide what the funding now, right?
for the purpose of the article request.
And that is not on tonight, it's on.
No, that's not on for tonight.
Okay, so you wanna table that for now? I think we agree on the the separate, the two phases. right?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay,
So then the remaining question is just whether self-fund or.
great.
All right. It being 5:32, we'll open our information session on the West Newbury Community Child Choice Power Supply.
Do you want me to sit here face you?
You can just use the podium and.
Excellent, excellent. Good evening. My name is Mark Caponona, a consultant of Colonial Power, consultant for the town for the municipal aggregation program. Tonight I'm here to talk to you about a couple of mailings that each of the individuals would have received this mailing. They would have received this mailing. It's about the town's aggregation program. I'm going to discuss this mailing first, because this is where most of the customers would have gotten a mailing. If you receive this mailing, unless you opt out, you'll be automatically enrolled in the town's program for electricity. This addresses your national grid electricity bill. The town has gone out and purchased energy on your behalf for 30 months through Dynegy. What I want to say is what the town has actually done here is brought you a choice that did not exist in the marketplace prior. So I think everyone here remembers 3 years ago when national grid went to 33 cents a kilowatt hour. The town has now created another option. During that time, you had national grid or you had shock infested third-party suppliers. With this program, you now have an option to use this program whenever you'd like. This program is all about choice. So this program, you have a choice. If you don't make a choice, that is a choice. Meaning if you don't opt out of the program, you're automatically enrolled. What I want to say to you is the town is not trying to switch anyone. Inside this is a self-addressed stamped envelope. You simply sign that card, drop it in here. No one's enrolled in the program. More good news to come. Let's just say you said, I opted out of the program. 2 months later, actually, I should have stayed in the program. You can opt back in, there's no fee and there's no penalty.
They're talking about that.
6 months later, you could opt back out of the program and back in. Never a fee to leave or to come back, same with basic service. So in actuality, I'm gonna tell you right now, I apologize, I have eyes of a certain age. They have contracted for the next 30 months. Everyone would be put into the standard default at 13.1 cents compared to the national grid of 14,672. So the savings right out of the gate, and but that also comes with it's 100% renewable with a national wind product. But what the town has actually done is put a ceiling on electricity prices for everyone here in town. As I mentioned, the choice is yours. Let's just say you could decide to opt out and all of a sudden bonds start dropping all through Europe. Prices go to 33 cents again. You're gonna opt back into the program. No one has to pay more than 13.1 for the next 30 months in West Newbury. Don't have to. Let's just say just the opposite happens. 13.1, you're in the program and peace breaks out and National Grid's rate is 9 cents. Opt out of the program. Not a problem. The town has no financial risk in this program. Whether there's one customer, 1,000 customers, more, it all works. That's a contractual obligation for the next 30 months. They're bringing you a wonderful choice for free. And it's an option you should be using. That's the opt-out nature of this. And a couple more things I just want to quickly address. Any of the programs you currently have with National Grid. So you might have budget billing, automatic withdrawal, maybe you have a low income discount, you have solar panels on your roof, you use mass save. Any of those issues, those are all utility issues that stay in place. None of that is going away. So if you have automatic withdrawal, what's going to happen? There's a single line item change in your bill, and that's going to say West Newbury Ag, Dynegy. Regular would say basic service. Other than that, there's no change. So all of the services, we're all still National Grid customers. All of the services that we get from National Grid, we're going to continue to get. So if you have a problem, the power goes out, who are you going to call? National Grid. They're still the power company. Believe it or not, since 1997, National Grid has been nothing but a poles and wires company. All they do is keep the power flow. They own no generation. So if you have a problem with your bill, you call National Grid. There's an issue with the power going out, you gotta call National Grid. This program addresses the electron in the wire. That was the first, that's an and again, I want to mention this so that everyone hears me loud and clear. If you receive this mailing, this envelope right here, and you don't do anything, you're going to be enrolled, all you'll do is get some other savings. But you'll be enrolled in the program, it's an opt-out aggregation. I'm gonna get back to that in 2 seconds about why it needs to be an opt-out. This, if you receive this is telling us that you're on third-party supply. And this is just new to aggregation that we're able to get this. If you receive this, your choices are a little bit different, but yet the same. The aggregation still works the same. This is telling you, go look at your National Grid bill, and by law, whoever your third-party supplier is will be on the back. There's a 1-800 number there. You need to call that, whoever your supplier is, make sure there's no fee or penalty to leave your program. There's no fee or penalty. If there's no fee or penalty, you don't need to do anything, but you have a little bit of negotiating power. Let's just say their rate is higher than 13.1. In that scenario, you say, hey, can you meet or beat my rate? And if they're willing to do that, stay with the supplier. No problem. I mean, it only makes sense, right? If they're not, you don't have to get in an argument. You don't have to feel bad. If you wish to opt into this program, the way it actually works is, if you go to colonialpowergroup.com/West Newbury, you can opt right into this program. It will automatically drop you from whoever your supplier is. National Grid, the way it works, and then roll transaction, automatic drop goes out to your other supplier. So this is telling you have a third-party supply, you will not be enrolled in the program because the town would be slamming you if we were enrolling you. So you have to just do a little bit more legwork to make sure there's no fee or penalty to leave your program.
Mark, do you know how many people have third-party suppliers in West Newbury?
Do I know? Yes. Do I know off the top of my head? I
just
apologize.
Is it a majority or is it?
No, it's, I think it's 80-20, to be honest with you, about 80, but I will get you the actual numbers. I have them, I don't have them. I apologize for that.
Meaning 80% are on the existing basic plan.
That is correct. About 80% of the customers are here on basic service, would be automatically enrolled. And then I think somewhere between 15 and 20 were on competitive supply, which is fairly normal. So I wanted to bring them more choices for the town. They went through laborious process, and I think it was fantastic. So this opening where everyone will be put addresses the wanting to be renewable at a very economical rate. So if you were looking for something even more economical, it's the exact same. There's an optional basic. It's completely a basic service product. There's no extra renewable in it. 63% renewable. And that's at 13,074. So your budget it doesn't have the elasticity in it. You can opt down to that and it's a meets. And then the town took just a huge step forward for Massachusetts, 100% renewable product. It's pricey, but it's all local energy for the people that are renewable, thinking about sustainability and so forth. There's an option to opt up to 100% Mass Class 1 product at $15,994. The only other thing I wanted to address before I take questions is the opt-out nature. So the problem with energy is the way it functionally works in the marketplace. So if we did an opt-in program, I just want you to see the quandary it puts us in. That's why these programs, whoever wrote the legislation, understood energy. If I came to the town and said, hey, I'd like to run an opt-in program, and they'd say, well, what's the price and what's the term? That would be a very reasonable ask. I don't know, I'm gonna go to the supply community. I go to the supply community. Okay, how many people are gonna opt in and for how long? Well, I don't know, and I don't know. Now I'm chicken or the egg, correct? I don't know. But when it's opt out, the suppliers all know, believe it or not, I can tell you right now, 5 to 8% of the people are gonna opt out of the program. That's not a problem. That's a well-functioning aggregation. If you don't wanna participate, you don't have to participate. But please know that this is here if you ever wanna get back and forth, no fees or penalties. It's a huge protection you now have, believe it or not, you now have an electricity hedge in the town for the next 30 months. No matter what happens, nobody has to pay more than 13.1. And that's why these programs are so effective. So from my perspective, if it wasn't opt-out, I'd never get the pricing that we're able to get here, just because we don't know how long or how many people are gonna opt in. And if we did it that way, everyone would have to stay in the program because they would have bought energy for you. This gives you all the choices that you need in the marketplace. So that is marketing you a 101 very swiftly. And I'm more than willing to answer anyone's questions. And we only have a certain amount of time in this room, but there's another room that we can go to and answer all the questions. We're not gonna leave here until everyone's questions are answered. Yes,
I just want 1,500 on basic service, 430 on competitive.
Thank you.
supply.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, go ahead.
So,
no, thank you.
anybody from the board have questions before?
I have one question.
Yes.
If you accept this program and don't opt out, are you precluded from any of the National Grid energy savings programs? Like if you had to put in a heat pump or thermostats or any of that?
Mass Save is part of the program, nothing, it all works seamless. That's a utility program, we're still utility customers.
Yeah, if I can
Great
explain
question.
that a little bit, so we all, not in the energy part of our bill, but on the delivery side of our bill, we all pay a small fee for every kilowatt hour we use. And that delivery portion of your bill isn't changed by this, it's only the energy supply portion that changes.
I'm just making sure by doing
Yeah.
this, you didn't inadvertently opt out of, if you want to upgrade a system,
Right.
lose that benefit.
Yeah.
So can you, how many times can you opt in and out? I mean, can you play the electrical?
You can play the game, I just wanted, that's a great question, by the way. So we still only have what I'll call a dumb meter. And we can only opt in and opt out on the meter reads. So National Grid doesn't know what energy we use between the meter reads because of the old technology that's there. So if you opt in, I can get you in on your next meter read. But then you're gonna see something on your bill, and then you will be, the following month, you'll see it on your bill. We use electricity and then pay for it. But that's just unfortunately the way it works. So you couldn't in between months, but you could one month, the following month you could opt out, then you could opt back in.
And would National Grid ever charge for opting in and out? I mean, you said.
They do not charge, I'm gonna, one more time, National Grid does not charge, the town does not charge. Third-party supply, if you receive this, and this is important, if you receive this postcard, they do have opt-out fees, if you will. If you're on a third-party supply, there could be a fee or penalty to leave their program. This, on National Grid, there are none, zero.
Do you want to see if anybody online?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest you start with any online questions, since they'll be here in person
Yeah.
as long as.
Yeah. Tom Salvo, do you want to unmute and go ahead?
Yes, hello. I have questions about two aspects. One involves solar panels and one involves electric vehicles. How will this affect any people who have solar panels in terms of their rates or whatever? And would it affect state and federal rebates available to people who have solar panels? Who want to install solar panels?
I'll start with the solar panels. The program works with thousands of customers right now across the state that have solar panels. There's a small catch, it all works identically. If you already have a credit, you'll keep the credit. That's all a utility program through the SMART program. That being said, when you're using electricity from the grid, you're gonna be using electricity at the 13.1. National Grid will always, I repeat, will always credit you the basic service rate. National Grid is, they don't want to make any profit on the solar, so they'll always credit you whatever they're paying out for basic service. So it does work out a little bit different than for the average customer. So in this scenario, if you were using energy, you'd be using it at the 13.1, yet they credit you at 14.6, so winner, chicken dinner.
They credit you at the retail rate,
They credit you at their basic service rate, at National Grid's,
what they're charging.
what they're charging for their basic service, not this rate though, not the town rate. But if the town rate was over, let's just play it out 13 and the basic service was at 12. You'd be using energy at 13, they'd be crediting you at 12. The knife cuts both ways. At least for the way I see it, at least for the next year, you have nothing to worry about here. Just given what I know with the marketplace, so this rate here, probably not a problem. And the second question was about electricity in cars.
Actually, the second one was rebates that would the there were two questions. One about solar panels had two parts. Would people who want to install solar panels still be eligible for state and federal rebates
Yes,
like they are now? Okay, and the
Yes,
same
they are.
questions, and the same questions for electric vehicles. If people who wish to purchase an electric vehicle, would they be eligible for the same state and federal rebates and the same state rebate for installing a home charger? And the
Yes.
same off-peak rates that they
so,
can get
so
now.
So, Mr. Salvo, all of the utility programs and state programs that exist are going to exist under this program. They're going to, we all stay National Grid customers. We all pay for that, all of those services with our transmission and distribution charges at the top of the bill. All of those things are still available to the town, even part of this aggregation. All of that stays in place.
And Mass Save also?
That Mass Save, all of it, every single, because those are all utility programs. This is just the electron. This is the commodity piece of energy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can you tell if there's anybody else that has? Okay,
They want to ask.
anybody else online have a question they want to ask? Okay. Anybody here want to ask? We have a few minutes.
Yes,
John?
So I just want to understand, I have a third-party supplier. What was the URL? colonialpower.com/West Newbury?
right here at the bottom.
Oh,
You can take that.
oh, great, thank you. And, what you're saying is I don't necessarily have to call the third-party supplier. I just would call to see if there was a fee for leaving them.
That is correct.
And then I can completely opt into this program.
It will automatically drop you from whoever you are.
Gotcha. Okay, great, thank
Not a
you.
problem. More
Yeah.
questions? Yes.
How will the pricing be negotiated by the town or whatever after the 30-month period? And will there be opt-out and fees after that period as well?
This is a great question here. I just want to repeat it. What will happen after the 30 months? How will the next contract be negotiated and will there be any fees? There'll be no fees or penalties. What will happen is at some point over the next 30 months, I'm going to approach the town, let them know. I'm gonna make a sound good right here. Hey, I found 36 months for 9-cent power. If they're interested, we'll go out to bid. The companies will bid on it. They'll go, whoever they choose, that will be chosen. And then everyone in town that's in the program will get a card. And it will say, I'm gonna make this up. It will say 36 months with Constellation at 9 cents. Just so that you know, you don't need to do anything.
Yeah.
Constellation will switch everyone from, right now, Dynegy to their low asset. And everyone will be in place. If you don't wish to participate in that, you just opt out of the program at that point and you'll never be switched. You'll be back on basic service. Great question.
And Mark, I just want to elaborate one
Yes.
brief thing. That selection of what plan, that's made by the select board in a public meeting. So if anyone's curious, they actually vote that once Colonial gets the bids, that's presented to the board and that takes place in the public meeting.
Mhm. Lisa, did you have a question?
Yeah, this is actually Kurt. I wanted to find out about, you mentioned postcards. When should we have seen them or when will we see them?
So this is the postcard. I hope you can see it. And I believe now it is the USPS. You should have already seen this at this time.
Okay, we haven't. Is there a way to get a physical copy somewhere or to get a replacement?
Are you on third-party supply?
Yes.
Yes. So all you really need is colonialpowergroup.com. And then /West Newbury. And this postcard is out there under the documents.
colonialpowergroup.com /
It is, it's on the town website and I'm gonna add it to the chat right now. It's page 65 of tonight's.
But just so you know, it's not specific to your supplier, it's just notify, this postcard means call whoever your supplier is. We don't get that level of detail, just that you're on third-party supply.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, thank
Did
you.
excuse me, Kurt, I don't know if you heard, town manager, what he was saying, but, the postcard is now, URL for the postcard is now on the chat. And
I actually, I didn't,
Oh,
I
you
didn't
did.
set up a chat, I just realized I can't.
Oh, okay, so it is on the town website though as well,
Yeah.
so you can also locate that on the
It's-
town website.
Yeah, it's actually posted in several places on the town
Yeah.
website, so it's both on the front page as well as on the Energy and Sustainability Committee page.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Tina?
Tina? Tina, go ahead. Tina, do you want to unmute and ask your question?
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
You may have already said this, but I'm not sure. During the 30-month period, can the rate go up and down during that period, or is it set for the 30 months?
I'm gonna get a little bit of page here, so it is a fixed price contract. But in case there was a change in law that everyone serving retail energy would be subject to, it states it here in the documentation. If there was a change in law, the Department of Energy Resources says that all suppliers starting in 2026 have to buy more renewables that we aren't already aware of. Then we would have a change in law, and again, everyone would be notified of that change in law, and the price would be increased or decreased depending on what the change in law impacted.
But
You can opt out.
You absolutely could opt out at that time.
But in fact, because our default is using the additional 30, beyond the 63% renewable content required by law currently.
Yes.
Because the balance 37% is national wind, we probably would already meet that. If there was an increase, wouldn't we probably already meet that?
Unless it was a designation, meaning you need to buy certain SREC twos.
Okay.
We're not buying certain SREC twos. Again, we would have a long description of exact and a conversation about what the change in law is and why it's effective. And it would be we'd be able to document it and qualify it and all of that. Make no mistake, it wouldn't happen without it actually being a change in law, but it happens periodically. It literally just happened this summer. A change in law to the clean energy standard.
To her point though, if nothing happens.
If nothing happens, this rate will be in effect for the next 30 months. 30 months, fixed price.
So my second part of that question you might have just answered is we will get notified if the price changes?
So the price won't change unless there's a change in law, and if there's a change in law, you will get notified. That is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anybody else here in the room want to ask Catherine?
The 13.1 cents, I didn't quite meet what percent renewable energy that was.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, so the 13.181, that's where everyone's gonna go. It has 63% renewable right off the bat. And then the town went out and purchased renewable energy certificates from a national wind product on top of that, making it 100% renewable.
Okay, so that's why the other one, the 13.074, is just strictly 63% renewable.
That is correct. That is
Okay.
exactly correct.
Okay.
That's, the town wanted to make sure they offered everyone the lowest priced energy they could find.
Got it, okay. Because that was a little bit confusing to me, because I thought I heard 100% on the 13.181, but then I also heard 100% on 15.994.
And it's a different renewable, meaning it's local here in Massachusetts, and most things in Massachusetts are a little bit more expensive.
Gotcha,
Okay,
okay, thank you.
yes, ma'am.
Is this locally sourced? Are you getting any of this from Canada, for example?
This is an excellent question. So she wants to know if any of the power is coming from Canada. About 9% of our power in Iceland and New England comes from Canada. Is this energy specifically from Canada? Believe it or not, this program isn't about physical energy. Yes, it has physical energy flowing through the lines. This is what I call a financial transaction, and we buy ISO New England energy futures on the energy market. So that energy contract doesn't necessarily coincide with the 9%. Am I making sense? So there's a disconnect between the, how do I say this best? So there's no way of getting an electron from Canada to go to your house. Right, there's none of that technology. So we all get what they call system mix. This program is on an energy future. And we bought the energy for 30 months out into the future. As I mentioned, the town has now set a ceiling, anyone has to buy energy in West Newbury. Nobody has to pay more than that. But these aren't actual electrons coming to your house on the local product. But we are buying the certificates so that you can say that. Another financial transaction, those certificates. I think someone else had a question here. Did I answer your question?
I think so.
Okay.
Not affected by a tariff then.
No, at this point in time, not affected by the tariffs, but tomorrow's another day. Okay. We're running it by 24-hour cycles, so yeah.
But if that happens, everybody.
Everyone that's dealing in electricity is going to be affected
Right.
across the board. All prices will rise or drop depending on what happens. But more questions? Yes, ma'am.
What kinds of renewable energy are we talking about? What are the sources of those?
So the national wind, that's gonna be it's tremendously economical. It's in Texas and Oklahoma. They have these giant fields and they blow wind all night. The more wind, mostly wind. The local, a little bit more expensive. And the reason is it's solar and wind, and we don't have nearly the same amount of solar and wind. And it's here in Massachusetts, so when you're putting this more expensive, it's jobs, so forth, taxes and those kind of things as well. It is local, required to be local here in Massachusetts, qualified by the Department of Energy Resources.
That's it, solar and wind.
Solar and wind, that is correct. This hydro, but the problem with hydro, to be a Mass Class 1, it has to be built after 1997. Over 90% of it is all old hydro. More questions? Yes, ma'am.
So power outages are handled by National Grid.
That's all National Grid does now, just if there's a power outage, they take care of poles and wires.
Because it happens a lot, right? We do get some storms.
I want to say one thing, because that's a great point.
Yeah.
National Grid is agnostic to where you get your electricity from. Their job is to make sure that it doesn't sound like they're doing a great job, but their job is to make sure the power stays on. They're poles and wires only. Where the electron comes from, they're agnostic to it.
So part two of my question, if you're a National Grid loyalist, like you get your supply and
Yes.
and they see that you're, a second level loyalist, when you go to another, would you expect like a degraded response time or?
But by law, they cannot, and they have no idea where your electron's coming from. They don't know when they pull up to your house, whether you're on basic service, a third-party supplier, in a muni ag. They're just trying to get the power back on.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, it's, as you mentioned earlier, Mark, National Grid doesn't make money on your energy. They make money on delivering your energy.
Oh, okay, the power.
So if they're not delivering you energy, they're not making their money. But they have no incentive to treat you differently on the energy you actually receive because they legally can't make anything on it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? Online?
No.
I'm going to say, there's another question, I'm sorry, sir.
We have solar.
Yes,
We have SRECs.
yes.
Do we still get those with this?
You'll still get the asterisks. That is part of the SMART program, which is funded through National Grid, and you'll continue to get those asterisks as you move forward.
May I ask one question?
Please.
Do I assume that the billing will be the same as it is now from National Grid, rather than having a split bill between two different businesses?
Yes. So as far as the billing goes.
Less.
National Grid. Was there another question? As far as the billing goes, still gonna receive one single bill from National Grid, single line item change. And this line, rather than saying basic service, it's going to say Dynegy, West Newbury Ag. Nothing else changes. All the programs are going to stay the same. The automatic withdrawals still send your bill just so that everyone gets it. When you send your money to National Grid, National Grid's gonna take their transmission and distribution charges. and then they're gonna compile all the supply. And then all the supply charges and send those down to Dynegy on a monthly basis.
Thank you.
That's how it actually works. You meter read in April, not April 1, but whenever your meter read is.
I know it's been said, but just to clarify, if you elect to kind of go back and forth, you see the rates drastically.
Yes.
Is there a cap out of how many times, or like after doing it 10 times, you penalized, or?
No,
It's,
you're only penalized by the amount of months in the 30-month contract.
okay,
That's all you can do. You can't move during the month.
right, yeah, I got that part, but you know, after your 10th switch up or something,
No.
or you, okay.
The town program, so that everyone has choice. It's truly so that you have a choice that did not exist in the marketplace. The town made sure that you were fully covered, no fees, no penalties, none of that. There's no funny business in this program. It's truly about a choice that didn't exist prior, and now it does. Starting in April, whether you choose to participate or not, is completely up to you. The town is not gonna force the program on you. If you like it, wonderful, and if you don't, that's wonderful too. That's your choice, and it wasn't here before. I'm happy to see it here now. If things don't go well in the world, you're gonna be happy that you have this reprieve as well. Yes, ma'am.
Well, the fact that it is aspirational for all of us to try to be as energy conscious as we can. That's what's motivated all this. I mean, Rick's been preaching energy for years. That it's sort of an obligation, I think, to try to use the most environmentally friendly generation, and this is the way we can all do it.
The board, the administrator, they've been fantastic to work with. The direction comes immediately whenever we ask the question. They've just done a wonderful job on your behalf, period.
Can I add to that too? Somebody said the select board voted it, but it was secondary. I think the thanks goes to the Energy and Sustainability Committee.
Definitely.
And to Rick and the Chip who have been very prevalent and pushed it.
And Lisa.
Made it real easy. We just sat there and raised a hand and said, yeah, you did brilliant work. So thank you.
And they've been working on this for close to 3 years. So it's a long process. You have to get state approval from the DPU. So it represents a tremendous amount of work for that community.
There's one more hand raised online.
Jean?
Hello, yes, I wanted to ask, and I just may have missed it, the standard program, the optional basic. I'm wondering, what is the basis for choice? The standard is the default, but why would one go to the optimal basic except for the cost savings, or why were both presented? I understand how the optional green is the 100% renewable, and that's a clear choice there, but can you tell us a little bit more about the differences between the standard, not optional basic, and the reasons to go with one or the other briefly?
So
thank you.
You're welcome. So one of the things the town wanted to make sure is that they were promoting renewable, and they found it in the marketplace at an extremely economical price at that 13.1. But the town also knows that people's budgets may or may not allow for any extra costs, so they offered the optional basic, literally the rock bottom price for electricity. If your budget doesn't allow you for the extra, it would probably be around, somewhere around 60 cents a month or $7 a year. You could opt down to that optional basic and save money. It really depends on what you're using for electricity, but that's why they wanted to make sure that they were seen as doing what they can for the environment, but still giving options for people that may or may not have the budget for that. And that's the main reason why you're seeing that optional basic product.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so you, did you want to take people in number? What
Sure.
they go upstairs? Oh, the senior center.
Senior?
We have a meeting with the finance committee starting at 6. So if there are other questions, they'll be happy to stick around.
100%.
Chat with you.
We'll go right down there now and stay until everyone's in.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alex. Thank you for going
So.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're looking for like, so handouts.
Oh, no.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Where's my cohorts? Where's my cohort? Somebody take a picture of this.
That's right, the only one here on time, look at that. Hey, I should send a text to Rob, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, do it. I would go like that.
By the way, there's no parking.
Oh, here he is, I guess I can't do that.
And explain to them that's where,
Hey, how are you? So it should be, hey, Dan, I was, thanks for that, because I was coming. Good to see you, that I forced.
Inexcusable. Oh my God, you're the girl. Holy cow. Oh.
He was here by himself.
You let him sit down.
The rules stay in place. So you're, well, you threw me out of here one night.
That's because you were.
I know.
No, it's
We're on
because
camera.
you're
You're
acting out. Before the meeting even started, I asked permission to sit here, and you said no.
He didn't ask permission, he just came and sat down.
Well, that was my mistake. Next time I will.
Yeah. Who sets the rules around here? And
Parliamentarian.
Supreme Court,
All right, then, let's go.
Supreme parliamentary.
Wendy, are you gonna, touch on the, FC or,
No, we'll do that.
So we're ready to go?
Yep, Dan's online.
Do you want to just say,
Yeah,
in
it's
case
online.
there's anyone online who might be?
Yeah, so we'll take up item FC, which is a continued discussion on the select board sponsored right to farm bylaw after the joint session of the.
And everybody got to see how Angus has scheduled this out, which is very much appreciated, Angus. Thank you. We have all 5 members in attendance, 1 remotely, so we're in session. As are you.
We are,
Right. Cool.
all right, so, do you want to start with the budget or do you want to?
Yeah, I thought we'd start with, Council on Aging and then, yeah, I think, do you have it written down? So, there was something with Greg. But I know Council on Aging is first, so I just stay on that page.
Okay.
So the, Council on Aging, the materials are, in the packet, there was, one change that was not made from the initial budget as presented by the department head, but was something that I had, not made the adjustment in the budget I brought forward, which was in the initial budget, it showed a more significant increase in the salary wage operating budget. I had not accounted for the fact that the $14,000 of the salary wages for FY 26 are proposed to be paid from the COA formula grant, which we receive from the Commonwealth each year. So that reduces the net increase in the salary wage line to a 2% increase. And then there is a $2,000 proposed increase in the expense line. That line has been held steady for a number of years, and there are a couple of cost increases to support the, I think, pretty modest increase. You know, percentage wise, it looks like a lot, but dollar wise, it's not much.
Angus, if I could, is this, what we're looking at today, adjusted for what the school committee voted?
No,
No.
just for what's in front of you tonight.
Would you want to add anything this week?
Primarily the increase in costs are printing of the newsletters, the amount of newsletters, as of June 30th, we'll have 1,600, over 1,600 seniors in town, which is 36% of the population. Also food costs, and the cost of our paper goods for our events primarily is the increase.
Great comment, question?
Should I make a motion to accept the Council on Aging budget as presented?
Second.
Any more discussion? Dan being remote, all in favor?
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
thank you. You must be used to that now.
Aye.
Very good, thank you.
Actually, can I ask a question about the expenses budget? I know currently, haven't been to some of the deals that, most of the wear, ports, there's a lot of plastic wear involved. And, has it, I'm sure it's more expensive, or it's likely more expensive, but has it been looked at, considered to go to things that are made out of non-plastic products?
We could look at that.
I mean.
I mean, our kitchen's pretty small, so as far as we don't have a three, compartment sink or whatnot.
Yeah.
So I mean, it would add more.
Yeah, but even,
More labor.
even disposable, paper and or, there are wooden utensils available, although I have as well, I haven't compared costs. But they exist, and
Sure.
I'm just wondering if it would make sense to look at that.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe you can pop down sometime and we can,
I'd love to.
yeah, we can look at some.
They have ones
options.
that are like, they look and feel like plastic, but they're compostable.
Yeah, the problem with those is that they don't really get composted.
They're
So,
only in a commercial facility.
Right.
We had an agreement to take this up later, which suits me fine.
Fine, that's good.
Thank you.
Gotcha, Rob.
Thank you.
We'll talk about that
Thanks,
later.
Christine.
Thank you, Rick.
I'll probably hop into
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
What is it? I can't read the line. Okay, 133.
It is 133,605, yeah.
A motion to accept the council on aging budget of $133,605.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Yeah, we don't need.
Yeah, the board doesn't need to vote the budgets because you already referred it, unless you want to change the number. But it was referred as, although actually in this case it did change from what you referred, so.
I got lucky, it was a mistake.
You did.
You're gonna
ask the parliamentarian.
All right,
Inside joke.
what's next?
Okay, let's see, next, I think we were gonna take up, either health or assessing,
And
So,
if you drive the bus.
yeah, which,
Okay.
One has articles, right? Or they.
yeah, one has articles, assessing has articles, health does not have articles. I'm sorry, health, you said health first?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'd included, with the materials that, information we received from Board of Health, primarily to do with solid waste recycling and the steel landfill monitoring, which, that line went down a bit, as you've heard from prior budget cycles. The monitoring is based on a multi-year, plan that DEP has approved, so some years there's more or less testing at the landfill. That's why sometimes it's gonna go up, sometimes it's gonna go down. I think the health agent, does a really nice job of projecting going into budget cycle, what the actual testing is gonna be, needed that year. And then the, solid waste hauling and disposal is partially based on the contract terms, partially based on the tonnage, and recycling is based on the tonnage and the market rate. We have our resident expert, Blake, is quite knowledgeable on all matters solid waste and recycling, if there's questions on that.
I had a question on the materials that were provided, looking at the recycling tonnage. The years FY 8 through 18, it says curbside and pipe save, but the other tables do not. I mean, is that?
We just combine them together now. Are you talking about up at Pipe State?
I'm just talking about the information that's here, the most recent FY 19 through 24. It just says curbside, so does that also include pipe save?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a way to separate that out? Just to, I mean, I'm curious if, some towns, you just bring it to the town, recycling center, and I'm wondering if that might be a cost saving option that could at least be looked at to know how.
I'm sure if we ask Mello to weigh it in separately at their yard, we could do that.
Yeah,
If that's something to separate a little bit, we could do that.
It just, as we're considering renewing the contracts, it might be good to see, okay, we're saving this much, or it costs us this much more to have it picked up at your house, might be good information.
All right, we can ask Mel to do that.
Any other questions from the select board?
I just think to have everybody taking to pipe state, the method gets left currently could be very challenging.
I'm just asking for the numbers.
Yeah, no, I just-
Demonstrate.
Be up there to see like, the week after Christmas. Looks like it's rained cardboard everywhere, so I can't imagine on a regular basis.
We can't keep up with it up there anyways, I'm sure you've seen.
Yeah.
And, especially around the holidays. But
Any other questions on the budget?
Gentlemen, Dan? So what's your
I'm good.
pleasure on this?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept the Board of Health budget as presented, $700,594. Second.
Any further discussion?
I mean, it seems to me like it's as they're holding the line for this.
it is, I mean, as you can see, if you look at it, the recycling numbers of disposal of it kind of fluctuate. I don't know if you've noticed, I should just keep my mouth shut, but besides that point, luckily, thanks, Paul. Luckily, there doesn't seem to be a fuel charge for the last few months. I don't know if you people have noticed that. We don't want to take it out of the equation, because I don't think any of us know where fuel's going right now. Well, at least I don't. How's that?
Right, so you work it into your budget figure, it just means that you might end up with some room to move later in the year. Meaning, you might be paying a little less than what you budgeted.
We have been right now, in the last 4 months, we haven't really even had a surcharge, but once again, you have no idea what.
Exactly.
The fuel is going. I don't anyways. I think we'll address it next year at this time and hopefully, it can hopefully stabilize, I hope.
Yeah,
Are you starting to think about renewing the contract and whether you would put that out to bid or is that?
I'm not sure, I would have to look real quick, I forget when, were we 5 years with Mello and 3 years with Cavanta, I believe.
Mellows up next year.
Next year,
Both up
Mellows
in
is up,
26, yeah.
yeah, Mellows is up next year.
Yeah.
It's tough to beat Mellows, the numbers are always obviously right there, their service is just impeccable, I'm sure. Is there any complaints from anyone in this room about?
No, I just know, our counterparts in Pentucket are, just going out for bid,
Right.
just, I know you don't have to, but I think it just demonstrates that you're trying to get the best.
We do, we went out, we tried last time, a couple of people wanted nothing to do with it,
Yeah.
quite frankly, I'm not sure why, but they wanted nothing to do with us. Well, Cavanta was almost uninterested at first too, and they finally came through for us.
Then as you back off the electricity costs, based on prior year usage, is that why you're lowering it by 14,000?
Electricity, I think you're talking DPW, that comes up later tonight, yeah.
Oh.
It's like, I don't think we burn that much. But it's possible.
This is Board of Health.
I'm new.
You can answer.
Yeah, or maybe you want to speak for DPW, I don't know. So if we had a second, any further discussion on this? So, all in favor? Aye. Dan?
Aye.
So, unanimous, thank you.
Thank you.
He was enthused about that.
All right, thank you, Board of Health and Paul.
Yeah, just that electric price.
And I think next we had assessing, which will include a couple of articles that they proposed, and immediately after that, veterans. And I know there's interest there in the tax exemption articles. So we've got Christian here remote. He's at a conference right now, but Rich Baker is also here from the Board of Assessors.
Questions on the assessment budget?
The other thing when I was looking at it, a lot of the budgets show, their information is showing the difference between what was budgeted this year rather than what's actually done, actuals. Is there, like a.
So there's a column in the middle that tells you that what they've run year to date on their current budget?
On the.
In total, yeah, but if you look at the detail, right, if you look at the detail, they're telling you how much they spend on each of the categories. I'm trying to find it. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, so that's one of the things when departments prepare their budgets, as you've seen from, number of years with this, the different departments have different type of accounting they do. Some is fairly coarse with either just salary, wages, and expenses, basically 2 lines. Others, like health, they just left, but they come in, with like a breakdown of what they're paying for this, that, and the other.
Right, but
So kind of the number that we key in is based on the number of lines in the budget. So even though in the assessing budget, they provided a breakdown, it all rolls up to an expense budget. So I don't know whether we don't track, like Jenny and the accounting office doesn't track the year to date on that finer grain unless it's separately budgeted that, because it's hitting a single account in the accounting software. So that's sometimes where the backup provided by the departments doesn't fully align. The numbers, the bottom line apply, should align, but the accounting,
so we happen to have Christian here.
Yep.
And in the years past, what Christian has done is he's explained why the expenses are coming in and where they're coming in, which is really what your question is. So, and you may note that, look back to years past, it was, clearly there's not an issue with the salary, I hope, it's like, that's like 1% change. If you go back, it was 46, then it was 36, then it was 23. Budget last year was approved at 26,580, and now he's raising that. So the thing I would be interested in is hearing from Christian as to how we're getting back up to the 34. Not that that alarms me, but it's just, that's the nature of explaining the budget is, so why the return to the higher amount is my question.
Sure. So that's driven by there are 3 increases in the expenses that I had calculated out. There it is. So 500 of that is to MVPC with their contract is just their rate is going up year over year.
That's for the aerial flyovers for the GIS maps.
With the vision software, that's a little bit higher than what you normally see in an included year because I under budgeted the previous year. So any kind of increase from FY24 to FY25 wasn't accounted. So there's kind of 2 increases there as well. So there's 3,000 for that. And then finally, with the training and education budget, just with the amount of work that I'm having to prepare that's on a higher level is requiring me to gain extra experience outside of Massachusetts and going to some higher level conferences to help me and be more efficient at the process of our tax assessments. Like the conference I'm at now, and that's why that increased substantially.
So when you say 3308 from fiscal year 25, you mean increase from?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Just to get the terminology down. So you're showing essentially all of the increases to discuss.
Yeah.
Right there.
Right, when I was reading this, I was reading it as increase over this year's budget, but it sounds like he's saying whatever he's budgeting is really gonna be the actual cost for that category. Like you're talking about training, you kind of know what that is, so your budget is, you run pretty close to these numbers when you.
Yes.
End of the year.
And if I can elaborate just a little bit on the travel and training, because I had really pressed Christian on that, and it's a significant increase year on year, and we had some back and forth, and I came away very comfortable with the amount that was proposed. And one thing that I think is really important to bear in mind, and Rich knows this very well because you know, he was here during it, but we basically made a change in the last 5 years or so in the model of assessor we have. We used to have an assessor that was basically getting the data from a third-party vendor and then you know, kind of managing the software. We now have an in-house assessor who's doing those assessments. And that's come at a significant cost savings. If you look over the last 5 years, in FY22, the assessing expense budget was $54,983. Then it was down to $51,200. And then in FY24, that was when we made the change to basically do away with or significantly scale back the scope of the third-party vendor. Patriot Properties, and so in FY24 the expense budget went down to $26,580, where it stayed for 24 and 25, and so now you know, it's proposed to go up for $7,000 to $33,888. But I guess the point I'm making is that we used to be carrying a contract on the order at $25,000 to $30,000, I believe, was about what we're paying annually to Patriot. We're no longer doing that. Assessing is contracting out some assessments, for instance, utility evaluations, those are very specialized things. But basically is doing all of that assessment work in-house. So because of that, it really does necessitate that we have a professional who's really on the cutting edge of that. You know, I had some concerns, I pushed back a little, we had some very healthy dialogue. And then seeing these kind of multi-year trends where, you know, basically even at the proposed amount, it's actually lower expense line, even going back to FY17, it was 43,635. And I don't know beyond that, but it's even at the proposed amount, it's still almost $10,000 less than it was, you know, 9 years ago. So in my opinion, we are getting, you know, a really good return on investment, but definitely that, you know, the increase in travel and training was something that jumped out at me. But I was satisfied to bring it forward.
Well, right, so basically what's on the screen right now explains all of the increase.
Yes.
So you could look at it, the software subscription is gonna be the amount for the software subscription. So that takes away 3,300. The 1,000 for professional services. Well, I think an assessing department should always have a line like that to go to. There's always, even if it's a simple question, there's always someone that you can pull in that's been there, done it. Might want to charge you $250 for an hour's consult. So I don't see $1,000 as much in the way of covering that. And then Angus just explained the training and education. So yeah, I wouldn't get like Angus was saying, go back to years prior. We're still basically running expenses below what had been our history. So we made a trade-off. We made a trade-off. We got rid of an outside person that charged a lot, or an outside firm that charged a lot, and we're doing more in-house, but we got to support the in-house effort.
So does that also include travel though, if these are
Yes.
national conferences?
Yeah, it includes airfare and bus fare and hotel.
And Christian, these conferences are not offered, you know, within New England or?
They move around. Currently I'm in Columbus, Ohio for this conference. But the slate of conferences that are offered in state and for the county are more for a managerial assessor, where they aren't digging into doing their own valuations and that sort of thing, and just, you know, how to run an office. So my approach is different from that, where I'm much more hands-on and trying to do things a little bit differently. But I think for the benefit of West Newbury.
One other thing, if it occurred to me as I was talking, I'm kind of put all the focus on one employee. We actually have 2 professional employees in that office, and Maureen does quite a bit of continuing ed as well, as does the Board of Assessors, which I think is fantastic. I actually ran detailed reports of the last 4 years' budgets with every transaction, because I really wanted to understand you know, how is this being used? And I was gratified to see that it's both the professional staff, but also the board is doing their part with continuing ed. So it's been pretty consistent every year that they're going to trainings, which is very important because they're voting the values. And then, you know, it seems like Maureen is really very engaged with the Essex, what's the name of it? It's like the Essex County
Essex
Assessing.
County.
Yeah.
Assessors
So,
Association.
You know, I think we're represented in the regional group as in addition to the, you know, some of the.
So we may be doing nothing more than setting the bar where we will then judge against future increases. Myself, again, I think sometimes when you take that one-time large bump up, if the bump up is appropriate, then you have to ignore the fact that it's increased over the prior year.
A good discussion. I make a motion to accept the assessor's budget as presented, $176,322. A second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Dan?
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you. Unanimous.
Do you want to shift to the articles at this point?
I think we should, yeah.
Yeah. So did everyone get a chance to read the memo I put in the packet? I can tell you, I was having a hard time with all this alphabet soup. So I kind of wrote that because I needed to get my own head around it. So hopefully that was helpful in kind of helping to explain both the interrelationship between the three proposals, as well as this complexity of the 5C.5, which was in fact adopted over 20 years ago, but due to, I don't know if it's a language issue in that article or if it was a housekeeping issue at the state. Christian, maybe you can elaborate, but basically it was voted, it was the intent of the voters, it's been implemented for more than 20 years. But, you know, in this recent research, come to find out it was not actually on record. The state keeps records anytime there's a local option statute. They keep track of which cities and towns have opted into that. And when we checked, come to find out they didn't have a record of us having adopted 5C.5. So, so that one is brought forward this cycle, but it's not intended as a new policy. It's really intended to codify what everyone thought had been in place for 20 years.
But in order to accept 22J, you have to repeal 5.5C?
That's why 22J is not proposed. Well, that's not necessarily the only reason, but that was one of the considerations, is that it's incompatible with 5C.5.
I like how you call it alphabet soup because that's what it is.
Yeah.
So if I go on the assessor's website, all of the clauses that they cite why they went to the 5.5C, it's all right there. So they cover all the entities they were trying to cover. So the reason I just have trouble understanding why they say they adopted the 5.5C, when their own website says they did not. And when they wrote the HEROES Act, the reason they were able to put it under the veterans one, because all the cities and towns have these clauses to cover the veterans, the blind, the seniors, and all the categories that the 5.5C has. So they voted for the HERO Act because most of the cities and towns have it just like our town assessors say we have it. And now we say we don't have it. That 20 years ago, we voted for 5.5C when the assessor's own website says they didn't.
Did you have a chance to connect with Christian on this?
No, I went in the office there and was not able to.
Okay.
So I don't know why we want to vote the 5.5C back in when you already have everything done right here. Just because we'll never be able to vote on the HEROES Act the way it was written by the state, because you can't you can't put that J in there, we can't get our full amount that that they put in for, and we can't get the cost of living adjustments each year if you don't vote it in. So it's,
Christian, do you have a response to that?
I feel that reaffirming the 5.5C, and keeping that in place will benefit the greatest number of residents in West Newbury, where there are additional benefits to adopting 22J for veterans. The issue is that the way the law is written is that they can't both operate at the same time, so you have to pick one or the other. And so the 5C.5 is just, it's going to be more beneficial for certain seniors receiving exemptions, blind peoples, and then also veterans. It's not as robust for veterans, but it covers more of the populace outside of just them. So
my question to you, Christian, would be, why did your website say that you have those clauses already in there? You don't list 5.5C, you list them out, just as you said. Senior surviving spouses and surviving minors, clause 17D, you list it all out. You never list inside here what the exemptions are. The 55, you don't do the 5.5, but you list everything. Low income, clause 41C, veterans exemption, clause 22, the blind, clause 37A, the community preservation fund exemptions. So you have them already listed. So if that was the case, why do you have these as exemptions on your website when you say we're following this here?
Yeah, this is
You're really not.
Yeah, this is a conversation that needs to happen with the assessor. This is not really the right forum for it. Can you make arrangements?
Sure, absolutely.
Because
Absolutely.
it sounds like you have some specific concerns about it, so.
So, and just to be clear, what is proposed is the 22I, not the 22J.
Right.
So that's
And the
not.
22J is in your.
Well, the one we want is the 22J.
Right, wait, I think you want it both.
Either or.
You want it both. And so one of the two is proposed and the other of the two is not proposed this cycle, so.
Well,
If that,
the other towns that I did have this already happen, so Ipswich, they adopted, the HERO Act, but then they also made their own senior exemptions and adopted that as well, so it didn't affect any either or. So that's just my, what I've already done with other towns.
Okay.
so I think if town meeting in a future cycle were to consider 22J, it would be instead of 5C.5.
So this article is being brought forward by the Board of Assessors.
Correct.
Right,
That's
so
right.
that's what we're acting on. Chris, do you have any questions?
Rich, is there anything you wanted to?
No, you did a very good job with your memo.
Thanks.
Rick, any questions or concerns?
No, but honestly, I'm still trying to sort through it.
Until-
Yeah.
So are we ready with the motion? Are we just voting on Article 45, correct?
Yeah, well, with the
Okay, three of them.
discussion on 22I and so 45 and 47.
Yeah.
And then I don't think we've really talked on 46, which is 17F.
Yeah.
Yet, but that basically applies, Arcola.
FinCom, you have any?
Which one are we taking up right now? It's
45 and 47.
and 47.
Yeah.
And they're not in conflict with one another,
That's what we're
No,
doing.
they're not.
right? So,
I just wonder if there's any discussion. It seems like.
well, first I was gonna ask for a motion, then ask for discussion. You wanna hold discussion first?
I was just asking because it seems like this board's not.
Yeah, your board isn't.
Well, I think you're looking to reaffirm 5C.5. That's the first step, correct?
I think if you break it down into component
All
pieces.
right, we have to make a motion now. It's not getting any traction on motion, so.
Yeah, no, I like
Don't
that.
get me wrong.
I like that approach. I'll make a motion that we reaffirm the vote to accept the 5.5.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So the FinCom now will take up Article 45, 5.5. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to mirror Chris's motion.
Okay. There is a second. Do we have further discussion about making sure that we are adopting that which we've been doing over these many years? And as Christian says, extends to many, many people in town. Any discussion, or should we go to a vote?
I don't want to slow things down, but I am just kind of curious, Christian, this vote that was in the packet from 2004, was it, in your opinion, or do you know, is it the language of this vote that was somehow improper, or was it that whomever at the time didn't communicate it to the state? Do you know that answer?
Well, I think it's a mix of the two, where I'm not sure if it was reported to the state or not. But also in discussions with Jim, and just the actual local option isn't called out by name in there, I believe, to be picked up. So just a reaffirmation of that vote to correct the language, and also to send it to the state, just so everything is in line.
So this may be purely housekeeping right now.
I think that's how we're viewing it.
So I'd like to know if the FinCon has some further discussion. Can we take a vote? All in favor? Dan? So.
Yes,
Right.
go ahead.
So it's unanimous, 5-0 in favor of 5.5. But what are we taking up next?
Rationale? You gotta write a rationale.
Someone has to write a rationale. Do we have anybody that wants to do that? Ross will do that. Thank you, Ross.
So I
And
would
there's no
say
sunset.
this doesn't preclude you from bringing making an article request in the future to the assembly.
Yeah. We can sort anything out in the future. Right now, to my mind, we're just reaffirming something that was already in place.
Right.
According to us, but not the state.
Article 46. Let's just do them in order.
Yeah.
So this is the 17F, this is the cost of living. And Christian, which does this apply to? What does the COLA apply to?
That'll apply to the year-over-year dollar exemption amount.
For all of these clauses that you've listed in your article.
Right. The only one that we are using currently is 17D. So that would be the one this would apply to.
Can I ask a question, please?
Okay, sure.
You're not looking for any monies, but obviously there's cost implications, there's taxes that get relieved to these people that get spread out elsewhere, correct?
Right.
Yes, I mean, it's all a zero-sum game, so the taxes have to come from somewhere.
Yeah, but what's the general magnitude of the tax exemption that this would encompass, right?
I only feel like we have a handful of people who qualify for this, to be honest. I mean, a few years ago, I tried to make an effort on getting our exemption numbers up, but I think it's probably less than 10 right now who receive this benefit. So it won't be too much of a tax shift.
Right.
And it's only a percentage of the tax that they pay too, right? It's not.
Right, the percentage of the exemption.
Right.
It's not a significant number, that's what I'm.
Right.
Somebody could ask at a time meeting.
We thought it was in the hundreds of dollar range.
Right. But to Chris's question, in the future, it is good to quantify stuff. No money's being requested, but it does have a significance that someone's paying less, so I pay more. That's all. That's, you know,
just the question that's being asked. It was quantified in the assessors meeting in the hundreds of dollars range.
Yeah, Chris is looking to, we're all looking to see it here.
Yeah.
That's all. You have a request form that you can flesh out. Some people do a great job of fleshing out their request form. Brian, for instance, does a good job, but that's all we're asking, is quantify. Thank you.
Get with Brian.
Yeah, get with Brian. Brian or somebody else.
So I can attempt the motion, you tell me if it's correct, make a motion to accept the general laws, chapter 59, section 5, clause 17. Is that sufficient?
That's good. I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Over to us.
I make a motion to mirror Chris's motion, instead of trying to get up with you.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Unanimous. Appreciate it.
All right.
Chanel?
Article 47.
No, we gotta stay over there, and I'm wondering, do either of these two that we just voted on have a sunset date?
No.
No,
Okay.
no, they, yeah,
Not applicable, okay.
no,
So we need.
otherwise Chris would have been all over it, so just, you don't have to worry about that, Chris is gonna.
Parliamentary and training.
Right.
So, but we need a.
The rationale, and I suggest that if you go in, yeah, you're the.
One is good, two is better. Three is like,
And remember, whenever you write these things, check in with the sponsors to make sure that we're getting to the right place with our rationales. I mean, they can be very helpful, and Angus is helpful as well. Next,
Next one is 22I. It's number 47.
thank you.
Any questions on this? Comments?
Same thing, but for different
Did you find it?
provisions.
Right.
Thank you, Christian.
Not great, make the motion, wasn't it?
All right, Rick, you're on.
Well, this is gonna be a real stumble here.
yeah, I'll just read off the list of warrant articles, and actually, I would move that we accept Mass General Law. Local option tax exemption 22I.
Second. All in favor?
Over to us.
I make a motion to accept Mass General Law, local option tax exemption 22I. Hey, I heard that. Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye,
Aye.
thank you, unanimous.
All right, is that it for the assessors? All right,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Christian.
You guys are done.
Thank you.
No, it's hanging around. So much fun.
Yeah.
So next, we've got the veterans.
Okay, that's well timed.
So the only line that changed is proposed to change from the current year. Is the ethics, Eastern Essex assessment, which we received, I think it was actually the day I presented the budget. I think I keyed in that amount that day. When I presented the budget that night, because that's when we got it. And other than that, we're proposing level funding the other three lines within the veteran services sections of the budget, which is the soldiers' grave expenses, Memorial Day expenses, and veterans benefits and expenses.
And so that, the only increase is in an item that's assessed anyways.
That's right. But we do have our, both our veterans agent and our, rep to the board, so, you guys don't get a lot of chance to meet them, so I don't know if, you want to invite Steve to talk about the type of work he does in that capacity or not, but the number is before you, that's what's, but I don't know if there's,
Let's
that's how you want.
let's ask them if they would like to take a few minutes to bring us up to speed. I know, but if you come up here, there's a podium and, all right, okay? I got the numbers already for you, all right. Thank you.
So, yeah, it's just, and Steve's relatively new in this role, in this area, so that's part of why, just to make introduction to that thing. I know you met with the select board before.
So, for 2 years before this role, I was Congressman Moulton's Veterans Director, for 2 years, and I ended up taking over, 6 towns as the Veteran Service Officer, which I don't take very lightly at all. It's a big responsibility, serving with families as well as the veterans. But so Veteran Services is charged under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 115, with providing services to veterans and surviving spouses. The town funds this program for the veteran surviving spouse and is subsequently reimbursed 75% by the Commonwealth. So I have to get certified every 3 years for the towns to get that full 75% reimbursement. If we don't have that certification, the town's only reimbursed 50% of Chapter 115. So luckily, we're good for 3 years there. So it is the responsibility of the department to follow the process dictated by the Executive Office of Veteran Services. So that the town receives the full reimbursement. The department also is tasked with the responsibility of assisting veterans and their families with VA benefits, ensuring that each veteran and family member receives all benefits that are available to them. As Director of Veteran Services for 1 year, I've successfully assisted veterans, surviving spouses, and families with benefits and inquiries. Now accredited with both Vietnam Veterans of America and Veteran Voices of America, which better equips me to file claims directly with the VA. I now have access to VA systems, so it streamlines the whole benefits process. I can actually see what evidence was submitted to the VA. I'm technically kind of a VA employee without being a VA employee. So that accreditation is for 5 years, and that also covers us legally, if any claims or anything gets messed up. So West Newbury is a member of the Eastern Essex Department of Veteran Services. The district consists of the towns, 6 towns: Essex, Georgetown, Ipswich, Newbury, Raleigh, and West Newbury. So we are now, in addition to benefits assistance, we are a source of social services as well. We assist veterans and their families to get resources to help them with personal needs in difficult situations, any emergencies that come up. So for West Newbury, so in order to qualify for Chapter 115, the veteran or spouse has to fall 200% below the federal poverty level, which luckily in a lot of our areas, that's not the case. They don't fall under that. So that's why West Newbury right now only has 2 people that do qualify because of the income eligibility. So West Newbury paid out $3,124.14 last year. But with the 75% reimbursement for that, you were reimbursed $2,343.11. So that was amazing. Yeah. The Veteran Services Department plays an important role in the community as well. And without its veterans, surviving spouses, and their families, we would be at a severe disadvantage in obtaining these benefits that they've earned. Also, veterans in distress would not be able to access the vital resources they are in desperate need of. Also, we have the VA Bedford, which is the main hub for all healthcare. I'm actually on the advisory council with the director of the Bedford VA. So I actually have a seat at the table with all of our community-based clinics that we have. So all of our veterans, if they have any needs or anything that's not being met in the VA healthcare system, I can always address them to the director directly. But that is my spiel.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So the assessment used to be, I'm rounding up, 22,000, then 21,000, then 23,000. Last year went down to 18.
Right.
This year it's returning to 23. I don't have a problem with that, but why does it bounce around, and should we
So that's because both the director left and the assistant really left. So the Eastern Essex retirement system, they base their numbers off of staffing. Yeah.
Of course.
So when nobody was there, it was very low, their assessment, but obviously when two new staff members went there, it jumped up dramatically. And that's when we had to factor in those numbers evenly with all the other numbers.
So is that the bulk of the assessment?
Roger, yes, yeah,
Roger.
sorry, it's military.
Okay. Sure.
Sorry.
His name is Ron. Probably could have said Ron. But thank you very much. That was a good presentation.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Thanks.
I look forward to seeing you all in the future.
Good work. I just have a question as well. You mentioned state reimbursement,
Yeah.
75%. Do we get any reimbursement from the federal government?
So no, no federal, all the federal benefits are dished out by the VA. So no money is actually being dished out by the community. So that's why there's no reimbursement federally. If you were dishing out federal funds, then yeah, the federal would reimburse them.
Okay.
Is the state relying on federal
Yeah,
money in
that's
order
kind
to
of-
make its reimbursements, and is that something that's?
No, the state will sets this, because now the Executive Office of Veteran Services is an executive branch now of the state government, which we weren't before. They actually have a seat at the table. So they have set aside their own budgets, obviously for reimbursements of all towns.
And not relying on federal money to make.
Right, yeah, totally separate.
And that was kind of the crux of my question too, yeah.
Additionally, Steve, you can back me up on this. State of Massachusetts, this is a unique thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like other states don't do this. This is a very big benefit to the veterans of Massachusetts.
So 18th century, actually, this became a thing during the French and Indian War, helping veterans, Massachusetts Bay colonies, helping veterans, but it really became a thing, a civil war that actually became enacted. And that's, yeah, this law has been around for a while. Massachusetts is the vet friendliest state in the country. I swear by that. Very proud to be working with the communities.
Thank you.
Good work. Thank you.
So I make a motion to accept the Veterans Affairs, or total veteran budget as presented of $34,043.
I second that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Unanimous.
All right, thank you both.
Thank you. So they stuck around to make sure we voted in favor, please. Very good.
All right, now are we to DPW? DPW budget?
Yes, we are.
That's the maestro.
So there was no, from the initial budget that was sent out, both on, or was presented on February 13th and then, sent out Tuesday, there was no change to the bottom line. There were some changes within the lines, which, had been brought to my attention, and we, Jenny and I had actually met with DPW and gone through them all, and I just had neglected to make the changes within the, budget workbook. So that's what these, shaded in orange up on the screen. Each of these numbers changed from what was proposed, but it's a net, net zero bottom line, and it's really to do with, just wanting to better allocate some of the electrical and energy costs among, the different lines. I might be oversimplifying a little bit, but we've got the DPW business manager, Caitlin Parker, is on remotely, and we've got, both Butch and Brian here, in the room who, can speak to any aspect of the budget. But Caitlin, do you want to just, I don't want to put you on the spot, but just kind of add a little more nuance to why the numbers changed within the town building operating expense, electricity, and the public street lights?
Sure. So when Wayne had left, he had a different set of accounts that we paid out of public streetlights. And I tried to fix that last year, but then we had a couple of meter issues, which resulted in us having an overage out of that line. Rick Parker and I had met last week for our solar accounts. And when he was doing that, I actually went into Mass Energy Insights, which is our program that we do for the green community reports. And that actually had labeled all of our actual public streetlight accounts. So when I had taken those accounts and what they averaged out monthly and into an annual cost, it was much lower than what I had originally had budgeted. So it looks like it's only an annual cost of about 13,500. And then our electricity costs are about 65,000, give or take. So each of the new line items that are there, the amounts will reflect having a little bit of wiggle room for those. Ideally, we would have liked to have electricity and public streetlights just under one line. But I believe Jenny said that the public streetlights need to be separately reported to the IRS. So unfortunately, life couldn't be that easy, of course.
DOR, yeah.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So any extra funds that we did have between those two accounts, I wanted to put into the town building operating expenses just to have wiggle room there. I know that in the budget sheet, it says that we're only at about 57% for the year, but we actually have about $35,000 in unexpended purchase orders. So we're really at about 80% right now, year to date.
Yeah, this number was as of February 11th, so it's almost a month old at this point.
Yeah.
So if there are changes between line items, we don't need to rewrite it.
You might like to, just because when you, I mean, it really doesn't matter.
There are lots of fun between line items anyways, I don't think so.
No, that's one of the things that's,
I thought we've gone that way before.
we've talked about it, but we never have, because basically if town meeting votes a budget and, let's say council on aging is 2 lines, DPW is however many, 14 lines. That means
It's only
we cannot go between these, even if we maintain the bottom line without a line item transfer.
in May.
It is something that we have talked about
Okay.
rolling it up, but I think where the voters are so used to seeing this, we haven't done that, but it does create some paperwork in May and June that,
Leads to a meeting on July 13th
that's exactly right.
every year. Plan on
Make a motion that we accept the DPW budget for $1,650,031.
I'll second, but with discussion. Caitlin and I met roughly a week ago, and I guess Caitlin, I we haven't really had a chance to connect more, and now that I see the change in the numbers, we may have additional information that either confirms or doesn't confirm all the numbers, the combined streetlight costs that you put together. And I mean, in the end, the bottom line will be the same. But if it's important for that allocation to be particularly accurate, then
doesn't have to be accurate.
Well, you can still do a line item, budget transfer at the end of the year.
Right, okay,
And it will account properly for it.
okay, all right. So I just, seeing as I'm sitting here, I don't want the numbers to look funny later, a year from now. Of course, I won't be here for you to swear at.
No, but I think
So I just won't hear it when you swear.
I have your.
We're not gonna swear, trust me on it. The whole idea behind the budget isn't to hit each line.
I understand that, but because this was specifically discussed as correcting, I'm not sure that it's, that the correction is correct.
It's your fault whether you hear or not.
Right, exactly. Last person out.
We'll get there eventually.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, to the FinCom, so just to reiterate, the actual increase is below 1%, correct?
That's correct.
So we're talking about one of the largest budgets we have going up less than 1%. A budget that has a high degree of complexity to it. And as Rick just pointed out, and it's not just on electricity, I mean, there's so many ins and outs that go on here. I for one, thrilled to see 1% or below 1%. And I actually really would like to say that I think DPW is really on top of the game. So that's just, I mean, you know, if you guys want to have further discussion, have at it, let me know when we're gonna vote.
Okay, I make a motion to accept the DPW budget of $1,650,031 as presented.
I second that, and thank you for answering the question on the electricity, now that I'm on the right town.
I do have a question for either Caitlin or anybody really. The small amounts of money we spent so far on parks expense and street paving year to date, I'm assuming that's solely because of seasonality, right? That's that, in other words, this is gonna ramp up now because it's gonna be spring and we're gonna be doing street paving and you know, parks maintenance and things like that. Is that a correct assumption on my part?
Yes, we usually do. Yeah, we usually do everything in between March and June for those two lines.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yep.
And I'll make an observation too, similar to Rob's. I you know, after this long, cold winter with a lot of snow and a lot of ice, and a lot of slush and whatever, I'm just flabbergasted that the snow and ice removal.
Well,
It's high,
Well,
yeah, I mean, that's not.
You remember the year we had the most snow of all time, what month it happened in? It happened in March.
Oh, like Jimson?
And I don't think the numbers are in from the last storm yet. We're not looking at numbers.
No, I just today signed last week.
Yeah. Jim, no.
Snow and ice and that
Yeah,
one.
thanks, good try, Jim, but no.
Am I a Debbie Downer? Is that what it is?
Anyways, are we gonna vote?
Yes.
All in favor? Dan?
Aye.
It's unanimous, thank you.
And if we could, maybe before we get into the articles, since I see Doug Mead here from Park and Rec, maybe we want to take up Park and Rec operating budget and that way.
Yep.
He can continue on with his life and
Great.
and we got a bunch of public works articles, so.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And the Park and Rec budget is proposed at the same amount as the current fiscal year. You'll recall a year ago, we had made some pretty significant moves between Park and Rec and DPW really to get some of the recurring routine costs such as fertilizer and porta potties into the public works operating budget and to have the Park and Rec budget more for some of the episodic things, some of the facilities maintenance, some of the things that Brian does on behalf of Park and Rec. So we had presented, me working with public works staff and put together, basically, we didn't see any reason to change it. And we sent that to Park and Rec and they met in the last 2 weeks or so and were supportive of the operating budget that we had proposed. So actually, there's just a modest change in the wages. That's just carrying an assumed COLA for the 2 seasonal part-time employees who do some maintenance work.
Any questions? Comments from the board?
And this is another one, same as what the point Jim Spurlock raised, which is the year-to-date reflects that a lot of this, the investment takes place in the spring and early summer.
Right.
All right.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to accept the Parks and Rec or total recreation budget of $17,488.
Let's second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye,
Aye.
unanimous, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Great job,
Thanks.
Great job.
All right. So should we start on Article 18?
Yep, and that's probably one of the more complicated of the articles, so we'll get that one done. For those of you who were there, Rick and Ross were at Capital Improvement Committee last night. They completed their review of all the capital articles, which is a lot of the next 9 or so articles, 9 or 10 articles are capital, and they haven't voted their recommendations, but they have heard all of the articles presented. So 18 is the Coffin Street culverts. This one's changed quite a bit since the initial proposal. And the select board obviously knows all about this because you heard about it at a couple of different meetings and authorized the changes, but basically what it comes down to is the initial engineering for the 2 Coffin Street culvert replacements had carried box culverts, which are quite significant in scale and cost. And that was driving some really significant related costs, specifically to do with the water line. This second one here for 37 Coffin, there's a cross section that kind of illustrates the point. This shows you both the size of the box culvert is it's like what, 5 feet
5, yeah.
or 4 or 5
tall,
feet, yeah.
8 feet wide.
And one of the issues that came up during design was the distance between the bottom of the culvert and the water main. We had there was concerns raised by the water superintendent as to whether there was adequate separation between the water main and the bottom of the box culvert. The plan had already accounted for incorporating 2 bends in the water lane to get it further down, and that brought it to a depth that was quite deep. And that raised concerns about if there was a break or an issue for the kind of practicality of the water crew being able to get down that far. But also because it's asbestos concrete pipe, which I gather is pretty brittle, that if you introduce those changes, there's always the concern that it's going to cause other problems with the pipe. And for what was already on the order of a $300,000 project just for one culvert, could potentially become even costlier if it triggered problems with the water main. And then also the fire flow for the Cortland Lane, which is obviously off of Coffin Street, especially at the top of the cul-de-sac at the high point, is it meets fire flow, it meets fire protection standards, but not with a big margin. So there was concern once you introduce 2 bends in the pipe, you're going to reduce some amount of force or whatever on the water and pressure, and that could compromise fire flow. So this all came up through what's been really a very iterative design process. We're working with Williams Asparagus. We could engage them last year, and it's been a really lengthy process with a lot of round and round. I want to really commend Christine Wallace, who's been kind of project managing all that, but really a lot of staff, which has been very closely involved. Paul Savigny, our conservation agent, is very involved, and obviously water and others. So it's, these are much more complex projects than, people might realize. But, and even today, I saw the comments that you sent to the designer for the ongoing notice of intent process with Concom, and there were like 24 or 30 different very particular changes we're needing. So, but long story short, the cost came down because if we do, so the select board had authorized basically doing away with the box culverts in favor of basically it's a high density plastic pipe, and all of the hydraulic calculations showed that those would convey the sufficient amount of water. And the cost is a small fraction of what it would be to do the box culvert. So that's why what had initially come in with a combined cost of right around $500,000 is now being proposed at under $90,000 with the work because this is the type of work that Butch and his crew can do almost entirely in-house. There's a little bit of contracted work, but for the most part, it's something they can do in-house in about a day, instead of what had been talked about of 2 weeks of road closure to get these things done.
It would be a day each crossing.
Yeah.
A day of closure each crossing. Is the entire work will take a day or just the road?
90% will be a day. The next day we'll just go in and clean it up, making sure everything looks good.
Great.
But the majority will be a 1 day closure. For one.
Any further questions or comments?
Make a motion to approve Article 18. The culverts on Coffin Street for the sum of $85,687,000.50. That's nice.
Yeah, is there wiggle room in there? Things change?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same question, and Christine had asked me that question, you know, Butch's numbers do carry some amount of contingency. I told her for purposes of the article, just do the numbers, but since we're all here, do you think this is a healthy enough number? Should we round up? Is, do you think it is? Okay.
Yeah, and even the engineering costs that are in there would presumably be Williams and Spragis. But he said it may not even be that, or they might be able to cover some of it with the budget we already have for the design, because we're not doing bid documents now, procurement. So I think this is a very healthy number.
Great.
You can round it down to an even number if
You don't want the 57.
Okay. All in favor?
Let's round it up to the next hour.
Aye. Over to us.
I make a motion that mirrors Rick's motion. Rick's motion. Oh, Chris's motion, sorry.
So I'll take it back.
That's right.
We'll go on the minutes that way.
Is there a second?
I did second.
Oh, you did, I'm sorry, I was confused by the other
The
conversation.
banter.
Yeah, and the banter. So, any more discussion on this?
I just have a question for, either Butch or Christine. When, this big change from the box culvert to the kind of the PVC pipe. Is the longevity of one solution versus the other different? I mean, it's like, meaning that like you fast forward, whatever, 10, 15, 20 years, what will the plastic be as, will the kind of length of time or the longevity of that be kind of equivalent, would you say?
We've put the plastic pipe in when I was first started here, and we have no trouble with it.
But also, when you look at the difference, you'd have to be replacing it pretty quick to get back up to $480,000.
Yeah.
So, the short answer, Jim, I wouldn't worry about it.
The trade-off, though, just to be clear, is there is an ecological reason why the box culverts
Yeah,
are
right.
better, and there are certain crossings where it is.
You have to do it.
You have to do it, and it's,
We were fortunate in that, and, I mean, you guys know why we were fortunate, but Angus had acquainted me with the process of getting approval. Because it wasn't a slam dunk that the plastic was gonna be approved, you had to go through a review process where you satisfied, whoever you have to satisfy, that this was good.
yeah, both the local Concom and the state DEP need to approve, and they will be looking for meeting the so-called stream crossing standards, which is the box culvert. And they look to see, you are required to meet it the maximum extent practicable. So that's where all this engineering that's been done, is really very helpful to meet that threshold, to say the town didn't just blow off these stream crossing standards. We really did make a good faith effort, and for a number of reasons of feasibility, constructability, and cost, which is a consideration. That's something that can allow the Concom and DEP to allow the, HDPE pipe.
Does, do the article request forms discuss where the funding is coming from?
They don't tend to, but this is proposed, from stabilization. Yeah.
Great. As are, I suspect, a lot of the following are coming from
Correct, yeah.
stabilization. Okay, so did we do rationale?
Yeah. We haven't voted.
Oh, we haven't voted yet.
No.
What the hell are we spending all this time on?
That's what we're wondering.
Got stuff coming. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Dan, thank you. So we're good on that.
Rationale.
So, who was doing a lot of the DPW last year? Yeah, I think it was you, but you also do the booklet. How much can you absorb as the question?
I'll do the rationale.
Okay, great, excellent, wonderful. And then I noticed that the sunset date is called for June 30th, 2026, so I'm presuming we'll go with the requested sunset date. Okay. Which is gonna have this done in 2 days. Good.
As soon as it dries up this summer.
As it dries up this summer. Thank you very much.
All right, Article 19. tractor.
Yeah, the compact tractor.
Any questions?
So this amount did come down a little bit from the initial proposal. It's for 50,400 is what's proposed.
Why did that come down? You have a bid of 47,365, is that gonna? You just reduced the contingency, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
What I did, I added it a little bit, and then I talked to the dealer, that's the word. And they said they could only give me a 30-day price, that was good. So we said after that, we could do, I think, 2 or 3%. So that's what I did, but I first over predicted what the cost would be and then brought it down to what it is now. So it's not the 55, it's
No, it's 50,400 is what's proposed.
So, the $4,000 maintenance cost, is that pretty typical for that kind of equipment?
It might be a little over, but we've had some issues with some gearing, hydraulic pump gearing and stuff in it. So we've been kind of taking it easy and making sure everything's up to snuff on it, so we wouldn't make it last long. So again, just out of curiosity, how many hours a year do you put on a machine like that roughly? Maybe 3 to 5. It's always doing something. It's either mowing, moving bark mulch, it's grooming infields. It does all the fertilizing and it's aerating up at the ball fields at a pitch stage. It's busy and
Full-time workers doing like 2,000 a year. Are you talking 3 to 5,000 or 100? 100, okay.
That's still 2 or 3 service changes a year on that.
Yeah.
Okay, accounts for it.
Yeah. Plus, you're anticipating lower maintenance costs than you have had to do on the current machine.
What was that again?
You're anticipating having lower maintenance costs going forward with the new machine than you've been experiencing looking back over, right, so I appreciate the question, but I do wonder about the sunset date. I mean, 27, you can, a year and a half to acquire this thing?
I'm planning on within probably a couple months.
Right, so something, I'm getting ahead, but just, we could say 26 for sunset date.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'll make a motion to approve Article 19 for the compact tractor purchase for $50,400. Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
FinCom,
I make a motion to accept the Article 19 for compact tractor, $50,400. A second.
any further discussion? All in favor? Aye,
Aye.
thank you, unanimous. And would you be extending a scope of work, Dennis, on this one?
Oh, yeah.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you. We have to remember, by the way, Dan hasn't done one yet. So we'll save the good ones for Dan.
I was gonna
And you may
say,
regret this.
well,
Thank you.
But the sunset, just to confirm that June 30th, 26, are we saying?
26,
Yes.
yeah, not 27. So long, thank you. Great.
All right, Article 20. Utility charge.
Good night. Thank you very much.
And this amount is not the 60,000 in the form, it's the 54,800 in the spreadsheet that you have.
Basically the same as the previous tractor, I overstated and then went back and got the correct amounts with the 30-day window, and like I said, they said they add on like 2 or 3% on that, so that's where we're at now.
Right.
When you go to buy these, do you go right back to this deal, or do you shop it out to 2 or 3?
This is shopped.
Already. But if they go up, you can't go back to the others, and I'm gonna, next question, can you compile the 2 together and do any better?
They're actually both coming from the same dealer.
I know, I'm gonna say, I'd be.
Once you get approval at the end of April, you re-quote it?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
So both of them at once is what I'm saying.
Yeah, right, right. He got
Squeeze it,
that.
baby.
He got, yeah, right, right, big, right.
I make a motion to approve Article 20 for the utility tractor for $54,800.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and over to us, and just to get it out of the way, same thing on the sunsets,
Sunset,
26,
yeah.
great, thanks.
Make a motion to, accept the, DPW's request for a utility tractor, Article 20 for $54,800.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous, thank you. And, I don't know, Dennis.
Doing the nasal.
Right. Yeah. And remember, you can work with Caitlin, Butchie, and whomever. He's held with the name. Okay,
All right, do we have any others that Butch needs to, speak to from the kind of list?
well, Butch should know that. You got anything else coming before us tonight?
No, I think, do you need me to stick around for Break Hill or?
No. No.
No.
You had your hand up? You had-
I did, I had just a general curiosity question. What happens with the equipment that's being,
We'll get rid of
Replace.
it, the best interest of the town.
Yeah, well,
Do you
there's
ever-
a disposition policy, so that we basically will trade it if we can trade it. And it's gotta be declared surplus if it's over $1,000 in value. So like Butch said, there's a policy that basically we get the best financial return we can to either trade it or sell it. Or dispose of it.
perfect, okay, that's what I was curious about.
Okay, thank you, Butch.
Yeah.
Right, Article 22, library HVAC replacement.
Take care, Butch. Ryan, you wanna take this one?
Yep, okay, so, we had the DEP come in and do, and it's been an ongoing thing with the library, I think we explained this last night, if anybody wasn't tuned in, you gotta get a repeat. But, so, it's been an ongoing thing at the public library that the air quality is disturbing some of the employees. Itchy eyes, stuffy noses and things of that nature. So we had the DEP come in and do a test, an air quality test. I just actually forwarded you that test and that,
Oh, good.
that report, so you have that on file.
Great, thanks.
And they list a bunch of things that you can do to help the thing and to help the situation if they find anything, and usually it's some type of a moisture issue, so, they make a bunch of recommendations. I pick off all the easy ones and do them first. And then, if it doesn't satisfy the employees, then we start getting into, more expensive things. And one of the more expensive things on their report was that the HVAC unit that supplies the area where there were a lot of problems was, spec'd out too large for that area that it supplies. So instead of being a 4-ton unit, it is a 5-ton unit. And I think, Ross, you had a question, why does that make a big difference? So I called the HVAC tech, and just like when we get on the internet, what happens is when that unit is oversized and it calls for air conditioning, it quickly satisfies the area and then shuts off. They call that short cycling. So when it short cycles, it doesn't have an opportunity to condition the air, and it creates a lot of moisture that doesn't get conditioned and evaporated and back out. So that's why it creates a lot of moisture in that area. Years ago, it wasn't so much of an issue, but with these newer machines, newer rooftop units, it becomes an issue. And they have to be sized correctly.
How old is this?
I would say.
2013, I think.
12 to 15 years ago.
2013, I think. it was.
And it's electric?
It's a heat pump, yes,
Heat pump.
electric, yep.
a split unit, does heat pump and air conditioning.
There's no way to throttle it down or modulate it at all?
It's aging, those units for some reason are having issues with compressors, every time you change a compressor on one of them, it's $10,000.
The early days of heat pumps weren't as.
Right, this is kind of like a first generation heat
Yeah,
pump.
they actually were, they need to go through this a lot of times with products where you better not buy the first generation. Don't buy the first model year of any car.
Right,
Yeah.
and these particular models didn't come with like so when it gets really cold, they don't keep up with it, so we had to install a secondary heating system within the ducts. Now the newer ones already have that in the units, but these ones that they had spec'd out did not come with that, so as soon as it jumps below 25 degrees, the auxiliary heat comes on. And basically, the auxiliary heat is a bunch of heating coils inside the duct, like a big toaster oven. Yeah. Right, so all the savings that you're gonna get with the heat pump. Yeah, the newer ones are 100% better.
Yeah.
So, this first generation ones, they just weren't there yet.
Right.
And, so we're.
100% correct.
Right.
What, do you have a preference for brands? I apologize, but I'm just interested in this. This information you want to know.
Yeah, there's several different brands out there, depending on, which contractor gets it, then,
Right,
we'll
exactly.
discuss it then, but they all have the same thing, from what I gather, most of them are made by the same people.
Think trained,
Yeah,
but go ahead.
these ones are trained, I'm probably gonna go with Gary.
Are there any rebates available for?
There was grants we got from here, but I'm not sure, if they are, we will definitely research them and get that, but. I think because we are replacing a heat pump with another heat pump. I think the grants were available if you were taking something like a fossil fuel supplied unit out of service and then putting a heat pump in. And then
That
they
was
would
my
give you a
impression.
grant.
Rick would know better.
Yeah, Rick is an aficionado of that, he'll send me some, yeah, if he's still alive.
Okay, I'm
So
done.
this is for the equipment and the installation, Brian? This is a contract.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
A
you.
contractor's gonna do the installation?
Yes, yeah.
My question, how do we avoid issues like this? I mean, I don't want to unwind 10 years ago. But if you're hiring a vendor and somebody to spec equipment that it's unsatisfactory, we've had other issues. I just don't know how we avoid this in the future.
Well, yeah, so I have some thoughts about that and, I personally think we should have somebody who's a qualified engineer look at it and make their recommendation. There are, the company we've done some business with, the town has done some business with in the past, I'm sure there are other alternatives. But it just strikes me that we should look at the building holistically and look at the systems, all those heating and cooling systems holistically and have somebody, and I'm not saying that what Brian has come up with isn't right, but I think it makes sense to have somebody who doesn't have a vested interest in the product that's being sold.
Right, that's always.
And installed, and also has a broader view of, the overall energy picture of the building.
And weren't you doing some of that? Didn't you have something out there where someone was coming through to look at the efficiencies in each of the buildings? Not,
So you're talking about energy audits or?
something like that.
Well, years ago, I mean,
No,
it's been over a decade, so,
You
we are, so we are having a decarbonization plan developed for the town, but it's very, it's the 60,000 foot, maybe an 80,000 foot view.
So I got it.
And so they're not gonna give the level of detail at all that this would entail.
Right.
I agree completely with Brian that something has to be addressed.
Right.
Just a question of at what level of detail do we?
Yeah,
do we look
and
at
who
the-
you're relying on for best advice.
Yeah, you don't wanna rely on the vendor.
No, the vendors they love what they sell. So whatever they sell is the best thing going.
Just so you know, when we took the hot water system, boiler system out of the library, we did have an engineer. And we had a pretty, I think it was under Gary, and I don't know what firm he used, but it was engineered, and this is what they came up with for heat pumps.
Yeah, so and I think that's right. I think just things have changed a lot now.
Right.
The equipment has changed.
Correct.
The sophistication of the people and the familiarity of the people with this type of equipment has changed.
Right. This was early days. I would, you know, I think on this one, no one had good information back then. Now there's better information. Now you go someplace there's better equipment.
Correct.
But still, I do like Rick's suggestion that just as you consult, you have people you trust in certain areas who can tell you whether you're on the right path or not, or whether you should think of something else or whatever.
Yeah.
Agreeing that the equipment needs to be changed out.
Yeah, I really don't know. So, you know, it's something we haven't gotten to yet because, you know, we're still working with a draft of the decarbonization plan, but there, you know, we could have somebody do an energy audit, although that's gonna, again, be a high level view. It's not somebody who's, it won't be, you know, somebody who's in sort of a energy specialist engineer looking at the project. It'll be somebody who does a.
I just don't wanna fund more equipment that is not gonna do the job that we intended to do.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes.
So it's the vendor that's telling us it's the wrong size?
No, the DEP did the air quality test, and they ran all the square footages, and they found out that,
So they're.
yeah, right, and it's, I mean, I was surprised that the engineer didn't pick that up, but maybe they oversized them at that particular time for that reason.
Yeah,
And
no,
it just didn't work out.
Yeah,
But now with the vendor, I went with the maintenance vendor that we have. And we took all those square footing calculations to make sure that the DP was right. And he said, yeah, that's exactly right, so.
They're way more
That's
on
how
top of it nowadays
they
than they
know.
were a decade.
They don't
I had
wanna
to
have
get rid of
to-
my first heat pump system. I had to throw it away. It just, you know.
So like you want a 5-ton one?
Huh?
You like it?
No, well, I've already expired and Brian wrote that, right?
You don't want that.
Tell him Brian.
It acts as a humidifier also.
Well, maybe, Brian, another case in point, you know, along the same lines is, not to get off topic, but look at what was done in the Page School, you know, and the one that had to be replaced there.
Yeah.
You know, and that was, you know, I think that was designed to fail at day one, you know.
Well, we don't know when that project started, how it came about, or any history on it.
Yeah, but it's sort of the same timeframe,
Yeah.
you know.
So Brian.
I just don't like to see a lot of engineering costs go to something and then we end up at the same spot that we started with.
Well, unless you buy the same equipment twice, then
Yeah.
it's
Well, I
an
don't-
investment.
Yeah, but I don't think,
No,
it's a generational thing, it's because of that, the nature of the heat pumps when we first started. They just weren't there yet, we didn't know that, we were trying it was kind of a new situation that we were getting into. And at that point, I don't think.
I think the philosophy may be more. Try to be doubly sure that whatever we do is the right thing this time. That might be
Joe money.
a way
Okay,
to
so that,
say.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
With respect to that, if we're looking at expanding the library, are we then gonna be undersized if we add square footage to the library?
It would probably add another zone with a new piece of equipment. I don't know, we haven't even got to the planning stage on that yet, so we don't know. But I would suspect that it would be a whole nother zone. There's other options at that point, when you're putting a new building on, you can do smaller units, many smaller units, one big unit. I don't know we have no idea what that's gonna turn into yet. But this is kind of an immediate situation for specific to air quality issues that they've had for several years now. So, this is the last step of what the DEP listed for us to do.
And this equipment, what kind of warranty is included with it?
It's a 3-year warranty for parts, whatever the manufacturers. When it comes with it. So they don't go beyond 10 years.
Yeah, they have certain parts that are 3,
Right.
certain are 5, and certain are 10.
Make a motion, we approve Article 22 for the library HVAC upgrade for the sum of $25,800.
I'll second that.
You know, I've thought about, I mean, we talked about this, it was just last night, wasn't it? At the capital improvements committee meeting. I mean, I agree that it needs to be replaced. But I just think we gotta be more deliberate and I think we gotta, and I'm not trying to delay it. The delay with the senior center. But I, you know, I think it would be good to add something actually to. And I don't know what that number would be, to have somebody review it who has, you know, the HVAC engineering expertise and doesn't have a vested interest in the equipment that's being sold. And that can look at the building and the systems more holistically.
And you have a rough idea of what that would be? Like how many hours of the HVAC engineer came in? 20 hours? That's almost overestimated.
3,000.
Sure, 3,000. I don't know. I really don't know what is a reasonable number there. Sure.
He's not designing a new building, he's just.
Right, all he's doing is would be looking at, he or she, exactly. You beat me to it, but I was, they, and cover all bases, you know.
So what if we increase the amount to 30,000?
Right,
I was thinking.
right,
Does that
right.
make sense with the
Right.
Sure.
position of?
I'll take that as a friendly amendment if it's to include engineering on the front end.
Okay, second. No, you already seconded.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
There's 2,000.
Bumping up to 30.
Approved, but we have to do additional.
Oh, they were just a minute.
I make a motion to accept the amended article 22 on the library HVAC for a grand total of 30,000. As proposed.
Second, I have a question, so, for sunset date, June 30th, 2026. 2026, it's a year and a half.
Yeah.
Or no, it's not.
No, this will, I mean,
Yeah,
depending, I don't know what the, you know, what the engine, if he changes the whole scope of stuff, then we, you know, I don't know. So, but it's not gonna go out to 26.
huh?
They can always come back and change sunset.
Yeah, we can change that.
Not 26.
The engineer, you shouldn't be engaging someone that's gonna turn what you're thinking on its head.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that.
Okay.
I would help you if you do, but I think it's good to dip your toe into the pool. We're gonna have this type of question.
Absolutely.
Every
I mean,
place.
if we have a decarbonization plan and we decide to implement it,
Right,
every single
Yeah.
building should not be looked at piecemeal, but.
right, exactly, and to find, and Angus went through this a little bit when he was doing the computer stuff, which is, networking and all that. Unfortunately, most of this stuff, most of the people that are qualified happen to work for a vendor. And so having someone that doesn't have that bias can be very, very helpful. When we did our house, we actually had an architect who did energy stuff. He didn't design houses anymore, he did all the energy stuff. And that's the only thing we talked to him about, and he described how to set up the house for energy. We're just hoping that you can find someone like that. It'll be useful. It'll be useful. You find the right guy, right person. It really, I mean, it's like hiring a good lawyer.
Yeah, they're out there.
Yeah, they're out there. Thank you.
Brian,
So-
I've got one more question. Did you say last night that there's other units at the library
Yes.
that have the same issue?
I only went to where the air quality were issues. Those units that are there, we should be looking in the future to replace them, but like.
This is the area where the complaints are being.
Yeah, this is the area that the air quality was more issue with all the employees. The other areas are a little bit bigger. They're still on the borderline 5 ton, 4 ton, but they're not creating as much moisture or issues for the employees in those areas. But we're still having a lot of mechanical issues with those units. So they're running into some expenses over the last 5 years. Prior to that, they were really good. They're just getting older and the parts are, that train is kind of difficult to deal with parts. So, they're a good running machine, but to get parts on them is a little bit more difficult than the other.
But then if you did happen to find an engineer, they could actually look into the rest of the building as well.
Yeah.
Which may be
I
a
think
benefit.
that would make sense.
Yeah, because you have to look beyond your,
I think Wendy made a good point too, though, about the future expansion, like that's a big thing, but again, maybe that's a couple of years down the road, but.
Well, yes, but I think if we're making this kind of investment, they should at least be aware of it and, factor that in.
Right, they'll have an opinion on it, but like, I think as Rick said, a lot of this stuff becomes modular, you're basically adding heads in the right spot, you can get away with adding additional equipment and it won't mess up the existing equipment. So,
Rob, just to clarify, when you said add heads in the right spot, so this is not a mini.
yeah, I know, but basically it's the same philosophy,
Yeah.
you basically are able to do zones.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I meant by that, zones. Anyways, a good engineer will map it out for you. So.
One other question before we vote, did the CIC last night look upon this article favorably? Was this one that
We don't, vote, in the meetings, but there didn't seem to be any opposition, right, Rick?
No, there was not.
Yeah. We asked a lot of questions, building a little bit, but I think it seems necessary.
Yeah, everybody on the CIC.
Is there anything from your meeting that we should know about any of the articles that we're gonna discuss tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, are we ready to vote on this one? Do we make a motion?
Yeah, there was a motion and a second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Unanimous, thank you. Rationale?
I'll do the rest now, Rob.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely we're gonna talk about the regular.
Thank you for letting me know.
Sorry, keep so long.
Sunset was 26.
Where are we? Page school floor.
Page school floor, so there's a change on that one, it had come in at 50,000, based on, there was a vendor quote that was received, and that was kind of rounded up for sufficiency, but since that time, Caitlin had worked with Jonathan to get the specs of the job, shopped it around, not in a formal bid process, but got a number of budgetary quotes. And I believe 4 of the 5 quotes came in below 36,000. We received the last of those just on Tuesday of this week. So once we had that information, Caitlin had gathered, I reached out to Jonathan and we both agreed coming in at a proposed amount of 36,000 would provide plenty of, it would cover 4 out of the 5 quotes received. So it's a reduced proposal for 50 down to 36.
Dennis, you had stopped by and.
I did, yeah, I was curious because, we do our joint floor at Immaculate Conception. And it's really peeling and this is like some of the things that I easily pull off the floor.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. But I did talk to the gym teacher there too. She had a class going on. And she said this has never happened up until about 2 years ago. So, I haven't looked any further into it, but I was gonna stop by and have it, look at it with someone that does our floors for him, just get his opinion, but, some of it might be the care that they're doing too, but it might be what they're applying. She said that they redo it every summer. I don't know what they're using and, there might be some room there to, observe what they're doing and then adjust it if it's causing this kind of thing.
Well, I think it's kind of interesting that it's coming off in sheets like that.
Yeah.
Because there's clearly not adhesion between the material on that sheet and the layer below it, because there's more integrity to the sheet than there is to the bond.
Yeah, actually, I showed that, I sent a picture of that to the guy that I do. He said there might be an oil base underneath that's being covered by like a water base. So I think the approach of sanding it all down, starting over and using the right.
Jim's our coating specialist.
I do, this isn't my wheelhouse.
Oh, is it?
It really much is, yeah, so maybe I'll reach out to Caitlin and whoever else is involved, Jonathan.
Well, I think Brian's,
Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, I do know.
but also you,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Let's not forget, we got staff here.
Jim's a world traveling coding specialist. Don't overstate.
You know, we're gonna finish it this weekend.
No, but yeah, I'd be happy to look into it also, for sure.
Great.
Jonathan, is there anything you wanna contribute to that?
You like the number of cooks that are lying?
Yes, his meal.
Yeah.
As far as I know, and, I think it's always been a water-based finish in that gym. Since it was installed, and you were probably more involved than I was, but I think it's always been a water-based, and it's a simple summer job. I mean, we do it in all the gyms, it's a scuff, clean, and you recoat. And it's been fine until, last school year. So during last school year, Amy was saying like, hey, something's going on with the gym floor, we look at it, it's like, yeah, it's, starting to come up. So we went to, the custodians went to do their normal, clean and recoat in the summer, and it was Bobby, who's the day custodian, called me, he's like, this is like getting worse, like, as they're trying to scuff it, it's like just a mess. And I just happened to have a vendor working on the high school floor, putting another coat on that. It was like the original installer was coming back to just put another coat on. And it was great timing, so I'm like, hey, let's go take a look, I need your advice. And he's like, yeah, you're getting some contamination in the process, and that's why it's coming off like that. And he said, you need to try to get as much off as you can. He's like, use this pad, scuff it down, be really careful, because if you go too far, you're gonna start getting into the lines. So, but you gotta try to get as many of those layers off as possible. And I had a different crew of maybe more veteran guys in the district come over and do that work. And we did that, we scuffed it down, cleaned it really good, they had the booties on their feet, trying to really make sure we didn't contaminate. And put it back together, and was like, hey, this looks great, and then it was like, I'll have to wait and see what happens. And then as the fall went on, it was starting to do the same. So I reached back out to the vendor and I was like, hey, what do you suggest next? And he's like, well, if you did everything I told you to do, you really just need to go down to the wood and start over. And, I think the better way to go is to use a different type of finish, to use the oil-based finish. I think generally we've kind of a mix in the district. Bagnell's an oil finish, the high school's an oil finish, Donahue and the Page are a water-based finish, and it gets a better tack for the team. The teams like the oil-based finish. It's a tackier surface, it's not as slippery. So I felt like that would probably be the way to go, go back to the wood, repaint it and then put the oil-based finish on it.
What's the use of the gym?
The use is every day, pretty much all year and all summer long.
But, no, I meant, what type of use? Is it for athletics, or is it for, town meetings, or what? The reason I ask is.
I don't believe you all have ever had a town meeting in there.
Yeah.
Right, have you?
No, not in the gym.
Not
Not in the gym, so it's really just that.
athletics,
Yeah.
right. The reason I ask is because I'm familiar with certain floors that were used as gyms where they used a slick surface, and that can injure people. So I'm glad you started mentioning.
You don't want slippery.
Right, exactly, right.
You want there to be some, the tackiness to it. So
Great.
that's the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, make a motion to approve Article 23 for the sum of $36,000 to finish the high school floor with an oil-based finish.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Sunset date will be, June 30th, 26.
Yep.
So FinCom.
And make a motion to approve the age school gym flooring project for the sum of, is it now 30,000 or
36,000.
36,000?
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, and so no more discussion?
I do have a little bit of discussion, if I could. I agree totally, Jonathan, with the idea of an oil-based finish and its longevity and its beauty and its, coefficient of friction, they call that, where, an athlete can dig in his heels. I just want to say though, so everybody got their eyes open, it's gonna stink like hell for a long time. I mean, those are technical words. It's gonna, that smell.
Yeah, that-
But you
is
do it,
the-
you do it for summer, right?
Probably, I'm not exaggerating, probably a month.
Yeah.
It's gonna linger, and that, it'll be an instant hit, it'll smell, and I'm sure you'll do it in the summertime when the kids aren't there. But it's gonna linger for probably a month, that smell. So I just wanna, you've done it before, but I just wanna give you a heads up that that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think it's a good point to make. It is one of the big differences between the two services, and we would, we have to wait for the summer rep, we're gonna wrap up and then make sure we get the vendor in there to do it and do it before school starts, and then we would run the HVAC system in there, sort of 24/7 for a good week. Again, we just did this to the high school floor last year, and same thing, we just ran that system 24/7, and we can get most of the smell out in a week, and then, it smells brand new.
Great.
I like that smell.
The new kind of smell.
Yeah. Brian's in there sniffing.
You did not vote.
No, he's not.
Can we vote? So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Dan says aye, and then, we've already agreed on the, sunset date of June 30th, 26, and then, it's clear who's writing, well, no, it's not clear, who wants to write?
I'll do,
So Jim will
I'll do
it,
the
okay.
rest. Oh,
No,
okay.
Jim's doing it, thank you, Dan, we'll get you something else.
Yeah.
Jim?
Hey,
Did they
Rob.
ever, what
Yeah.
floor code is, did they ever bank out this, did they ever
They-
heat the structure?
They have a technology that you can apply a UV lamp over the top of it. It's kind of unproven. It's nifty to do it, but I probably wouldn't recommend. It's too early, 2 new days.
Jonathan, are you here for other articles?
The next one.
Yeah.
But Dan had a comment to Rob.
Yeah, hey, Rob, I've got to drop. I
Yeah.
only had till 8 o'clock budgeted for tonight's
Yep.
meeting, so.
I know, our apologies, Dan, but thanks, appreciate it.
That's okay. I'll
We'll
be,
get you later.
yeah, I'll be back
By
next
the way,
week.
you're writing rationale for everything else we covered. Thank
Well,
you.
just make sure the recording is clear, okay?
Okay, very good.
Right, Article 24.
Oh, by the way, sunset on the,
26.
26, Jim.
Yeah.
PA and Telecom, 911. We also have Chief Wire here.
It's actually, this is really Jonathan as well.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, sure. So what we have proposed here is an upgrade to the telecom and the PA system in the building. And we had asked the company that did the installation of these systems at the new middle high school to go and give us quotes on all of the elementary schools, because all of the elementary schools are kind of in similar rough shape in terms of having compliance with the new E911 system, and also just having public address throughout the building. So we had, really, I thought, good active quotes from Valley as the company. And, just in discussions as we were getting up to the capital process, there's lots of things that we could do at the Page School, but this seemed like one that made the most sense in the short term and in the long term, just because it really does enhance the emergency communication system on a day-to-day basis in the school. So that's why we decided that we would see if we could get this approved through the process. So it's really 2 separate things. One is basically installing like a telephone system throughout the building. Like there are not phones in the classrooms all throughout the Page School. And so right now communication, like office to classrooms, can be a little wonky, like it's sort of a radio system at this point. So this would put a phone in every classroom and allow them to be able to call out, and would give compliance with that E911 system, which is asking all of the public schools to have the ability from a classroom to call 911. And then for that to display at the emergency responders, not only the school it's coming from, but the wing, the build, the floor, the actual classroom, give descriptors, and then have the ability for that first responder unit, like the dispatcher perhaps, to call back to the classroom to provide additional updates, information, and sort of have that back and forth. So this would allow us to do that. The PA system and intercom system goes back to the mid-70s. It works, but it's really very old. It's the kind of thing when if parts break, you know, it's really almost impossible to get parts for it. And so again, this would upgrade that as well and allow us to have zoned communication throughout the building. Of course, you could communicate through the entire building, but we could also create zones, so floors. You know, you could do sort of cafeteria only, gym, you could do the first floor, you could do the second floor, you could do the first, like, so that's kind of the way the middle high school set up. There's these zones, so it's really nice. It makes that communication work really well. You also can do pre-programmed messages, so you can immediately be like sort of in a lockdown situation. It would make these announcements throughout the building, a sort of emergency response kinds of thing. So it really does provide a lot of features that aren't in existence right now.
One of the things that was discussed last night at Capitol was whether to consider this as a single article as it's been proposed, or to consider it as two separate, each of which would be above the capital threshold. And seemed like the committee was favorable to dividing it. I think Rick was favorable to keeping
Yeah,
it.
the vote was 2-1-1, two wanting to separate them to separate articles. One wanting to keep it as a single article, and one uncertain.
So building, would we separate the doors from the windows, or would we keep it all together?
Well, I mean, the E911 is a requirement,
Yeah.
the intercoms are not.
Yeah, they're all about the same thing, they're all about communication.
I know, but I think we need to be mindful of the future of this building, you know. At any time we ask to expend money.
Yeah, and just sort of to that, add a little bit to that, I think the one is about 46, the other is 80, so that's the difference. The telephone system is 46, I think was the quote, and then the PA system is 80. So that's the difference between the two.
Out of curiosity, does the new high school and middle school have the E911?
Yes.
Yes. In every classroom?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, you wouldn't build a school now without that, would you?
No.
Yeah. It's almost like it's a requirement.
It is a requirement.
Yeah, well, what I meant was, so I still see the other thing, but we'll let you have your conversations about whether you want to create.
I'll make a motion so we can move along. Make a motion for, the article number 24. From the sum of $126,162 to encompass both the intercom PA and 911 upgrades. Sorry. I support doing them both.
Doing
Both of them.
together.
Which is why I made the motion.
Yeah.
Because no matter what we do with the building, it's gonna be there for 10 years.
Yeah.
I think to start neglecting maintenance and pinching pennies is gonna be a disservice.
I also agree with that, Chris, and I see, I see the part that's not required, the E911 is required, the part that's not required is also a safety issue. And just general school operations and communication, and to me, they should, you know, their communication, they go hand in hand. They may have, you know, sort of by definition, technically different purposes, but I just think they're so complementary that they ought to go together. That's my opinion.
Jonathan, next question?
Yeah, Angus, you probably mentioned it last night, but do you want to mention about the grant application?
Oh, yeah, great, of course, yeah, thanks, Jonathan. So, yeah, we had, there's a community compact IT grant, and we applied for it. It was actually submitted early February. And that if we receive it, it could fund the entire thing. It could fund 75%. There's not a local match required, but when we filed the grant, we had already prepared this as a warrant article, and we've been carrying this actually the capital program for a number of years. It's been there for, I think, 4 or 5 years, as long as we've had the modern capital program. So when we put in the grant application, we said, we know there's not a match requirement. We're prepared to offer a 25% match, thinking that would help our competitiveness. We said in the narrative, we said, if the state funds the whole thing, that's great. but we are willing to do 25%. So we're proposing the full funding. If we get the grant, and if we learn that before town meeting, we would be reducing the amount to whatever is the net balance. And I did actually hear back from Sean Cronin at the Community Compact Grant Program about a week and a half ago. And he just sent me a quick email saying, hey, we're reviewing the applications. If you don't get, are you gonna go forward with this, with or without the grant? Or I forget exactly how he phrased it, but I said, yes, we're committed to the project. We really like the state's support, but we're committed to the project. And I forget the way I'm describing it makes it seem like I'm hurting our chances. It was not. That was not. It was actually. It was.
Very much.
No, that wasn't exactly right.
Playing hard to get, huh?
Yeah. But we did get confirmation that they got in our application, and I think it was about the local match. He said, hi, we were in the process of reviewing grant applications. If we were to partially fund this project, would the town still move forward with the project? And I said, yes, we would intend to proceed, subject to town meeting approval of funding. We would be thankful for state grant support at any level, while of course more is always better.
All right. We've
already put in for everything.
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Over to us.
I make motion to accept article. Whatever it is, 24 for updates to the intercom PA telecom system for the Page Elementary School for the sum of $126,162.
I'll second that, except I do have a question about the 911 requirement. Is it that when you call, you have to identify the building? I can't believe it's, you have to identify each classroom though.
Yeah, that's the intention, is that so you're the teacher in room 5.
Right.
And, somebody passes out in class, you pick up the phone and call 911. You can tell them whatever you're gonna tell them. That, they're receiving information on their display screen would say, Page School, 694 Main Street, room 5.
Right.
Or whatever other identifying, I mean, that would be part of like, you sort of, as you program it, the vendor programming it, they would sit with us and be like, all right, how are we gonna program all this? What information should we share?
It's gonna be a capability.
So yes, that is the
I'm
intention.
questioning the extent of that versus meeting the requirement of having it identify the, like if you had it in the offices, and you had it in the cafeteria, and you have some key places. Plus you have all this communication with the new intercom system. It seems like, it's a bigger project than it needs to be, unless the requirement really is you have to have it in every class.
Yeah, and I think really it just comes down to the programming of each of those things.
The
So,
system is gonna allow for it, whether you do it or not. You're not gonna save money by finding a system that doesn't allow for that. This is part of the
I'm
program.
agreeing with you, yeah, it's a requirement, right, but it is a requirement that every classroom has a phone in the communication with the intercom. I'm just asking about size of project.
The intercom is not.
The intercom is not
No,
required.
I know, but you're gonna do the intercom, you got the communication between classrooms, office, or whatever. And then you're gonna add a phone to each classroom.
It says here in the description of the law, if a building has more than one floor, a floor number identifier must be transmitted with a call. For large buildings, a suite number or room name or number must be transmitted with a call.
So each room has it, that's the requirement.
Yeah, this is a new law, yeah.
yeah, so it would say, classroom, it would say school psychologist, office number 105, or it would say principal's office, main office, those kind of things.
Again, the intercom system is a separate system apart from the 911. If you go to any 911 system, it's going to be doing that.
I'm familiar with that.
But you can't substitute the intercom system for it. I don't see what the question is about. There's no cost savings here.
You're allowed to ask questions, Ben.
I'm allowed to ask questions.
Yeah.
I just to let you know, I have a school.
Yeah.
Right, that.
So do we.
Involved in,
So do we.
right, and we have phones that communicate the 911 location
Right.
of the school.
Right.
And we also have an intercom system. We don't have a phone in every classroom. I was wondering if that was the requirement, or is that just what we'd like to see?
Yeah, so I think the intention is, it's empowering to wherever the incident's happening, for them to call 911 from that location. And so to the first responders, telling them as much information as possible, so that there's no delay, or there's no like, they gotta get to the school and be like, all right, now where are we going? Like, they come in the building knowing, we're going to the first floor, we're going to room 5,
Right.
and they just come in and go right there. Also allows for perhaps the dispatcher to call back, right? And maybe have sort of this live interaction of like, right? And then Mike could add if he wants to, but sort of like the ambulance is on the way.
Yeah.
Hey,
Or
we're
remind
not the person.
the teacher.
Are they still, unconscious? No, they've wait, so that kind of.
Yeah, I understand the
Yeah,
need
okay.
for it and I was asking about the specific requirement. I think that addresses it. I'm satisfied. I second that motion.
All right, after all that,
So, any more discussion? Anybody like to take a vote? All in favor? Yeah, it's gone, so it's 4-0 in favor. And I think you have nominated yourselves to run this rationale. By the way, on the sunset, again, 26 is adequate, June 30th of 2026, correct?
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think again, if this gets approved at town meeting, we would try to schedule something like an install over the summer.
Yeah, exactly. So
When is the
26.
grant? When do you hear about the grant?
They haven't, it's not they haven't announced.
But we can always change a sunset date.
I'm just wondering, can you go ahead with the work? Will that jeopardize the grant?
We wouldn't be able to go ahead with the work until we not only have the grant, but have it under contract, which there's often some lag time. So I don't know if there's something that would have to happen over the summer, but that could definitely affect whether it's, whether it's feasible this summer, because we might learn we get the grant. I mean, based on the response I got 2 weeks ago, I'm optimistic we'll probably have an answer soon, but we don't know that. And there is sometimes a lag time of 6 or 8 weeks or even more between when we get notice of a grant and when we actually have it under contract. And we can't encumber we can't spend the funds until we actually have a contract with the state.
just
But
to be
just
prudent,
27.
let's leave it.
Yeah, I don't see any downside to
27.
27, yeah.
27?
Yeah, so the grant shouldn't be mentioned in the right?
I would say if we get it before the FinCom booklet is published, we can make that adjustment. If we don't, it's just gravy if we get it.
Yeah, right. More free cash.
Stabilization, it'll go back to FinCom.
Want to change the gravy account now?
Because they have to do it in the summer, so if it doesn't happen this summer,
Oh, it has to be done.
well, that, I assume that's the preference, right?
Well,
Would you delay it a whole nother summer?
So I would say at that point, if for some reason this can't be accomplished before the beginning of the next school year, then we would talk with the vendor and be like, okay, well, what's our next thing? Is there a vacation, like, is this a week project? Can we make a vacation into a 12-day, cycle, and we can come in and do the work? Like, we would want to do it as soon as possible, but we also can't,
Sunset day doesn't kill, just leave it at 27.
Okay, fine, good, okay.
Do you have any interest in the demolition of the building at Page?
Actually, that'd be kind of cool. I want to come watch it.
You can
Are you
do it.
personally interested? I think there's gonna be a viewing
It
party.
could be a high school project, right?
Are you doing a presentation on it?
No.
Okay,
I just wondered if you want to stick around for that, I'd go ahead, otherwise we'll just keep going.
Okay. so what's next?
I'll
Police crew,
film you guys. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Nice to see you all again.
Thank you.
All right, Article 25, police cruiser replacement. Mike,
Hi.
what you got?
We're looking to replace our, one of two 2018 police cruisers, sorry, I've got fighting a cold. Get a little bit nuts on board. We're looking to, replace it, it'll be about a year out, to get the new vehicle and outfit it. So right now, it's cruiser number 304, he's slated for the replacement. That'd be a Ford vehicle.
Questions? Go ahead.
There's 2 parts, right? You're looking for the 57 grand, but there's money that came in from the detail account, I believe.
So, yeah, I had put it in at 65, it was in here at 57, and I put it up because I was concerned that I wanna make sure there's enough with the detail account that we don't, draw that down, like all in one. Cause Jenny and I had worked together on like what was the typical amount of revenue each year into that detail account. So the total estimated cost we have is 67, but I think this quote was from the November.
Yes.
Yeah, so if let's say the cost goes up a little bit. Let's say the cost is 70 instead of 67, I'd be comfortable recommending 5,000 from the revolving fund. But if it was, if we only appropriated 57, I felt I was not comfortable that would, even if it covered it, it would basically deplete the revolving
What
fund.
are we looking for?
So he had put in 57, I had put in 65.
Right, based
So-
on 70 minus 5.
Correct.
Right, 70 minus 5.
Correct.
That's one of the problems with doing net figuring, is like you forget what you're actually buying.
Well, and the other issue, I mean, is, we get article requests.
Yeah.
I can put something forward that's different, and I'm not gonna go back and like change the article, we'd be chasing our tail, like, so sometimes there are discrepancies between the article request and what I'm recommending, so.
Right.
I put 65 because I think that's a safer number.
My other question is, I know there've been issues with some of the hybrids and the reliability and not even being on the roads. Is that something, I know what the policy is, but is it a wise thing to keep buying vehicles if they're not dependable that way?
Yeah, so we're looking at going back to gas, just because that's what we're seeing in the field. Or what police departments, they're either going with different manufacturers, Dodge or Chevy. But we're going to gas because they're just seeing reliability issues with the actual hybrid technology itself. One of the vehicles we have right now is a current recall from October that Ford doesn't have a workaround yet. Potentially could take that vehicle off the line, causing us to put a lot more wear and tear on the other.
And one of the issues is the manufacturers are limited to a few manufacturers that make the vehicle for you.
Yes.
Right, so it's not like you can shop the entire market of cars.
Right, and it's not as similar to a consumer version of that.
Right.
Type of hybrid technology.
So you like Fords.
So without knowing how the policy is written, are we able to do that based on the dependability issue? There is a policy in place that states.
Yeah, I think we have to legitimate, I mean, Mike and I talked, I hear what you said, Chris, and I think we have legitimate reason to look at an alternative, much as it doesn't make me happy. It personally.
I just don't know the provisions of the policy.
Right.
That's all.
No, basically, there needs to be a good reason why we would choose something, other than the most fuel efficient alternative essentially. And it sounds like there's a good reason, and that has to do with reliability and, if you're not reliable, you're not fulfilling the basic mission of having a police cruiser.
I'm just making sure the policy. doesn't
Yeah, so
want us-
I wanna look at the policy just to make sure we're not, would that be under the town clerk?
No, it's under bylaws and policies, select board, policies. I can pull it up.
No, you don't, and I can still make the motion if you want me to. Make a motion to fund
Yeah.
Article 25 for the police cruiser for the sum of $65,000.
And we're gonna continue to look at the different technologies as they come out and look at demos. To see how they fit for our community.
Says they're exempt.
Well, that's not it. That's a different
Yeah.
policy. That's when we had to
Fuel
adopt.
efficient vehicle policy.
No, I don't think that's it. It was,
Oh.
because that was the one you had.
Actually, no, it's electrically powered, it's like early on electrically powered.
Yeah, electrically powered.
Yeah, fine,
Oh.
yeah.
Fine.
Here we go. The event that the town department head or designee believes no electrically powered alternatives available, the case should be presented. The manager will make a decision as to whether the policy can be waived or called for discussion at a future select board meeting.
Alright, so what's your opinion?
I'm gonna defer to the chief. I mean, he's gotta run the department and, I can tell you it comes up, many of our conversations of, He'll be like, oh, this cruiser's, you know, it seems like a routine operational issue that there have been issues with the hybrids.
Okay,
With the opportunity to circumvent, that's fine.
Yep. All right.
The main second.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Good call.
I make a motion to accept Article 25, the police cruiser replacement for $65,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous, 4 of us. You've got, I think, a good, sunset date. Who wants to write the,
I can take this one, right?
thank you, Jim. Thank you very much. And you see the sunset date right there, right, Jim?
26, right?
Yeah. Cool.
All right, moving on, Article 26.
This is Brian.
Yeah,
Good.
no, what is it?
Public safety, complex improvements.
Oh, okay, yep.
And this had initially come in as 3 different articles, and just in the interest of reducing at least somewhat the number of articles, the board had rolled these 3 separate projects into 1 article, public safety.
And the amount requested is actually 222,000, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a, some sort of thing there that obscures it.
Yeah.
So it's 222.
You know, Brian is just very efficient.
Yeah.
222, 300, yeah, it looks like there's
The
a.
commas in the wrong spot.
Yeah, 22,000, that's remarkable.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
For that.
Any questions on this?
Okay, so, when we originally, like Angus said, they combined a bunch, but I think the majority of this is the public safety roof, which is, original to the building, and, how old is that building now?
It's 03 when
Yeah, it's 03 when it was built. So we're looking to, and, the current asphalt roof that is on there is falling off, and, you know what happens with old roofs, all the shingles start to peel off and fall off, so and it's a very steep roof, it's very difficult to get up there. So we've been replacing shingles for the last 4 years now, and it's outlived its, you know, its expectancy for an asphalt roof. We're looking to strip off the asphalt, make any necessary repairs, and put a brand new standing seam metal roof on all the pitched areas.
Wow.
It's not a very busy roof as far as like dormers or anything sticking up through the roof, so it really lends itself to a metal roof.
We do pastel colors.
You can, yeah, there is a color chart. I was gonna kind of match the gray. I don't tell people there's color charts, because that just holds the whole process up more than the contractor. So, there is a gray standing seam metal roof on the dispatch entryway. And, that's held up really well, and that's original to the building. So I thought I would do something along those lines. In talking to a couple contractors, there was only one contractor that showed up that actually climbed up to the roof with me and looked at some of the stuff. And I took his quote as a budget quote to, with a high quality, and I have all the reports on that stuff. But it's a high quality steel, thicker gauge, standing seam. And the difference between standing seam and some of the other metal roof, in case you don't know, some of the other metal roofs have like a corrugated look, and you screw down through the top of them with a screw with a rubber gasket on it. That's a cheaper way to go. The standing seam has a ridge. It's covered by each panel as you make yourself across, so there's no exposed screws. It's really a good system, more weather tight than the.
What's the life of the new roof?
50 years.
Wow. That's a warranty they actually give you?
They say it's good for 50 years, so like a shingle warranty. So they say your shingle, well, we got 25 years out of a 30-year shingle that's on there now. So,
was that a
22 years ago, I'm doing my math correct.
yeah, 22. Okay, thank you. So,
Yeah.
What are the other components of the project, within the roofing?
would it be the
Dispatch
entryway?
flooring is part of it.
Dispatch and EMA
Oh,
flooring
okay.
project, 19,800.
Yep. Okay, so all those that flooring in those areas that are listed there are original to the building. The EMA is it's had a lot of use over the years. It's a wall-to-wall carpet up there. We're looking to take out that carpet and put carpet tiles that we did over in the annex. So that, if we do, we buy extra tiles and it gets stained, we pull the tiles up, you stick them down, without any extra glue, they're just made that way. So, it's a better system. The carpet there right now is just worn and it's overdone, it's life expectancy. The new floor that would be going in the dispatch room was kind of a eye opener to me, that you can't just put a VCT tile in there because of the electronics and static electricity. It's a special floor that goes in there, it's listed. So I'll get a quote for that, and then the hallway and adjacent bathrooms would be regular VCT, which is a vinyl tile. Okay, and then the third component to that would be the entryway. So, when I did all the trim over on the building to get it ready for the roof last year, I was hoping that I had enough left over to start in on that. We did not, so, the rest of the money is going to, what I got proposed, there was at 7,000. 7,500 to do, that section, replace everything there that's in wood, and the existing trim to be all in a plastic type.
This is really just a continuation of the work that you did last year. How'd that work turn out?
Awesome.
Awesome.
Did you go by?
They haven't.
We had
they
some
haven't
extra
said it
rock.
by get me yet. So, no,
We had some extra rot on the back of the building that we didn't account for, but I think what I asked for was cut down last year, so I didn't get a chance to finish the project.
You volunteered, Caitlin and you volunteered.
Oh, we did?
Yes, you did.
I
I
don't
was
remember.
there, I remember that.
I'll have to check my notes.
Yeah, right. Check the tape, check the tape.
I make a motion to support Article 26 to have the 3 improvements to the public safety complex in the sum of $222,300.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I make a motion to accept to fund the public safety complex improvements, roof repair, dispatch and EMA flooring, and dispatch entry wing for $222,300.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? It is unanimous. Brian, thank you very much.
Is that it for me?
Timing on this, do you think FY26 or where it's a pretty big, do you think that's enough time?
Yeah, I mean, it's
That's
all,
like a comfortable amount of time?
yeah, it's all contracted work except for the trim on the dispatch entryway, so.
Okay.
And he's anxious to get that done.
Yeah.
Finish the work we started.
Yeah.
They don't conflict with each other, they can be going on at the same time, so.
We actually do have you on for a couple of other things.
Rationale, we need a rationale, yeah.
Good, I go to bed at 10.
Yeah, I know, you and Chris. So, who wants to do the rationale on this? Yeah, since you got the,
It is.
Are we gonna send it to Dan?
Well, I'm not doing the police cruiser though, who's doing that?
oh, it's Jim.
That was me.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
you?
yeah. So do you mind doing this one?
I'll do that.
Great, thank you.
And Article 29?
Yeah, the annex is here.
That you, Brian?
Yeah, I'm sorry. what-
The annex interior remodel and painting.
Oh, yeah, okay, so, if you look in, we just did the rub over. And when they were doing that, I just started looking around at the annex walls, the stage area, and a lot of the things in there that could be updated. So if you look at the stage area, the stage hasn't been refinished, they have paneling going up the sides, there's big holes where speakers were. And I'm looking to repaint the whole area and redo that stage front area. And instead of paneling, we would put sheetrock back and then continue the color scheme of the rest of the building, so it looks uniform. And then sand and recoat the stage and possibly redo the rises on the big steps going up to the stage. So it's kind of a hybrid of things. We'll be doing some of that in-house. The painting would probably be contracted out.
You gonna have enough time to do all these projects?
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like a ton of work, but it really, I mean, a lot of that could be done in, you know, during the winter months, so it's a lot of, it's not as difficult as you think.
My gut reaction is 14,800 just doesn't seem like a lot of money to do what you just said.
Well, I got quotes to do the building. I mean, to do the painting, the rest of it's in-house.
No, I-
internal.
Yeah, of course, Robin, I understand that, but I'm just making a comment. This is, that's a
Basically
lot.
materials in a couple of weeks for, and then the paint is contracted, so.
Okay. All right.
It's a bargain.
Yeah.
It's a bargain.
I mean, absolutely.
I just wonder if maybe you should pace yourself and.
Well, I can, if you want, I like to stay busy. It's not like,
Well, why don't we just make this a longer sunset day?
yeah.
That's what I was.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, that could make it 27, and
That
then we
makes
can get to it whenever we get to it.
The hardest part of getting the EMS is it's always busy, so I mean, we'll just have to schedule it out.
Make a motion to approve Article 29 for the interior renovations of the annex for the sum of $14,800 with the sunset date of June 30th of 2027.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So,
26.
20, yeah, so,
Make a motion to, for Article 29, annex interior remodeling for the sum of $14,800.
I second that.
all in favor?
Right.
Unanimous, and we need a rationale, and we do have a sunset date agreed upon.
Right along the other thing, so I'll do that.
We'll do that,
6/30/27 is
yes,
the.
Yeah.
yes, yes, because Brian's committing to too much work.
All right, moving on, Article 31, this is funding for a study of the roads, the Brickell Terrace.
Yeah. I had put together a scope of work, working with staff that, was intended to capture what I had heard in, select board discussions. Their meeting earlier tonight, prior to the FinCom joining the meeting, was the first time they, saw the scope, but, they did, say this was an accurate kind of representation of what they had in mind and, putting the article forward in the first place. So our next step on this, based on the board's discussion earlier tonight, would be to shop this around to engineering and survey firms and get some pricing, so that by the time there's the next joint meeting 3 weeks from tonight, we would have budget pricing. We wouldn't put it out to bid, obviously, until the work is actually funded, but we would get budget pricing. So I think the intent tonight is to really familiarize the FinCom with the proposal and but I think if the cost is a factor in your recommendation, then I think it would not be voted to recommend or not until the next meeting, or maybe even April 3rd. I don't think it'll take that long to get budget pricing, but
April 3rd, we have a little bit of more time available on that.
that's true. That is
So my
true.
concern always is, like
Yeah.
Dennis mentioned, that, you know, he's got a certain bedtime he's trying to make. You know, Chris is always up for earlier.
Yeah, but we should have been mindful of that like 2 hours ago. If we were gonna
Yeah.
cut stuff.
I'll hold them, you slap them.
No, I just.
But it seems to me like.
No, but all I'm saying is, to Angus's point, I was commenting on the last meeting seems to be more open.
It is, yeah.
Time. So that we wouldn't run into having too many things to take up in any one night. That's really what my comment was directed at. Not tonight. But
And that is definitely true. April 3rd is definitely kind of
Okay,
a safety
I make a
valve.
motion to table this one until April 3rd.
Is that what we want to do? We just want to take.
No, I didn't say that.
I
didn't say that.
I think it'd be good, even if you don't want to vote on it tonight, to discuss.
I
it.
understand, I'm just, I agree. We're in violent agreement on this. I'm just saying, if we take it up on another night, which I anticipate them going on, because there are no dollars attached to this, then I just would suggest it be April 3rd. That's all I was trying to say.
Okay. So any questions from the FinCom? Chris, do you want to express your concern?
I always have concerns.
All right.
this is a two-step one, right? Because you gotta decide if you're gonna fund the study versus any potential actual work are significantly different numbers. My concern is, once you start down the rabbit hole, you get to places you might not wanna be. So that is, I'm concerned if you even fund the study because of the nature of the whole issue. The issue is that there are 4 abutters to this privately owned roadway. The town became one of those owners indirectly and unintentionally when they purchased the Craven property. And there are 3 abutters on the road. And whatever the cost is gonna be, there's only one way to get a road accepted by towns, to have it built to town standards, approved by an engineer and accepted at a vote at town meeting. That cost is gonna be significant. So we have no, at least as far as I know, conversation, agreement, whatsoever with the abutters that they would entertain equal shares in the cost of funding that project.
Nor do we know if we would be interested in funding it, because we don't know. how much
Right, so to
it
sit there and
costs.
spend X amount of dollars on a study, to wonder if we've got 4 parties willing to spend X times 20 down the road is concerning to me. So, you know, in my head, I look at the study and go, you might get out of it for 4 or 5 grand, I don't know. But to build that to what it would have to be accepted, you're gonna need a cul-de-sac, you're gonna need curbs. You'll need drainage, you'll need engineering, you're looking at a very large number. That I'm not sure anybody is prepared to swallow.
So is this a conversation, that the FinCom can join in?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Right, so is everybody familiar with what the issue is at Great Hill Terrace? You're all familiar with it? Somewhat, right, and to be fully informed, you would have had to have been in several meetings.
Well, there's a lot of information.
There's a lot of, well, yeah, but, yeah, so. Does everybody read everything that comes?
Well, and
Yes.
just to be fair, actually, there was more in the board packet.
Yeah.
It was thinner in the FinCom packet, so if they read the FinCom packet, they'd have some understanding, but not all of the background.
Right,
That's
so,
fair.
so there is background, but this is multi-layered. So my first question to this, whatever the amount of money is, who's participating and paying that money? Is it all 4 parties?
The intent was for the town to fund the study. That's what the article request was for. Yeah.
So what happens if nothing happens? The people that are there, it's a private road, and they just have to maintain it, right? That's
Right.
the worst case for them?
For them, yeah,
Yeah.
because the town has been maintaining it since.
And there's no, if that happens, there's no worst case for the town, there's no liability or anything like that, right?
Other than that.
Hmm.
You know,
Other
we
than
are
what?
abandoning 3 residents that are used to us maintaining the road.
Well,
You're not
okay,
abandoning something the town
Well,
has
I'm
no
just
legal
saying,
right to do.
if you look at it from their perspective,
but as far as maintaining it goes, we don't even have the right to maintain it.
we have them. So
How so?
we paved it. We
But you-
repaired it.
no.
We plowed it every year.
But you don't have the right to do that by
Right.
state
I
statute.
acknowledge that, but we have them.
Well, the fact,
technically don't have the right to plow one side of it? I mean,
No.
Well, but that's where
Yeah.
there's this issue of the town being the owner on one side is
yeah, right,
significant.
so even if that, but that's
It
still
doesn't make it a public road.
does not make it a public way, and if you had to do something, I would tell you that it wouldn't be solely at your cost. You might be responsible for 1/4 of the cost, okay? The fact that we've done something wrong isn't proof of any further steps we should do. We should stop doing what's wrong.
Which is what we did. We told the abutters that this year, because it was too late, we decided this in October, we would continue to plow it this year, but going forward, but that would.
So as Dennis says, the worst case scenario remains what it is, which is a private way. So
And I would also say that the amount of land the town owns on the eastern side, that's access to the Craven property, the Break Hill, which is town-owned trails.
but we have 4 or 5 points of access to that property. We didn't buy that with the intent of taking on an obligation for a new constructed public way. There was no discussion of access from that point at the time we purchased that property. We weren't purchasing it with the idea that we were gonna do anything with it.
But the fact is there are trails now and people park there to access the town-owned property.
And there's plenty of trails.
Which
out there.
again, it's a private way.
Rob, so you said there are 4 or 5 points of access. I know of 2 points of access, unless you're going
Okay,
cross country from
Well, I
Georgetown
think that, I think
through.
There's another one off of Main Street at the curve, there's one that goes, an easement up to the water main. And there's one up on the, top of
so
Hilltop.
whether it's 2 or 4, Rich, the point is we've got plenty of trails. And I'm not so sure we should be searching for additional,
But there's a trail that exits onto Break Hill Terrace. There's a
Trail markers, it's a,
Yeah, there's a.
Again, and we used to plow it, and we used to pave it, so those are not compelling reasons to take up a cost of this magnitude.
Well, let's focus on the study, I think is where we're gonna end up, but we're gonna look to fund a study to see what
Yeah,
potential.
but at our own expense, with no participation of the other people that stand to gain from it, that doesn't seem right.
all right, so that was not their suggestion, that was our suggestion, so.
But I'm commenting on what I.
So, I mean, all I hear is you, I mean, what about that?
They can speak too.
Okay,
They can speak too. All I'm saying is that you just, the fact it wasn't at their request doesn't mean that we're gonna be positive just because it's your request.
of course,
Okay.
so do you?
How much is the cost of the study?
We don't know, we
I would
just.
say roughly 25,000, you know,
By doing
I
the
would
study,
think,
you're
I would think less, but,
but I mean, if they're gonna do soil borings and I mean.
yeah, you might be right.
What do you think?
That's a huge, I had no idea the magnitude of that.
Well, I think I think Wendy's allowing for, I mean, when we budget anything, we try to not say the lowest amount, we try to say.
But yeah, now that we have a scope that the board is comfortable, we'll shop that around, so 3 weeks from
Yeah.
tonight, we will have a budgetary, whether it's
Yeah.
10 to 12 or 15 to 20 or maybe 25. I think it's premature to guess.
Right, exactly, yeah.
So, but is the issue the money or is the principle that we shouldn't be doing this? I think that's important to determine, because if nobody's in favor of doing this, then why waste everybody's time, putting it out to bid and all of that.
Correct.
It seems like the only benefit to anybody is, in changing the current arrangement is the cost of plowing. Is that?
Also maintaining the road. I mean, the other issue is that right now, emergency equipment could get up, but there's nowhere to turn around, and if people are parked at the trailhead, they can't get up there. So there is a public safety aspect to this, regardless of whose responsibility it is to correct that. I do believe would you agree with that, Mike?
As far as the design of the current roadway,
Yeah, as far as access to
Yeah, I mean,
the 3 residents.
it is one of the typical roads in town, similar to like Merrill Street, where we could only access in. And then it would be a challenge for us to get out. But we have clear access to get in.
Even if people are parked at the trailhead.
Yeah, we run into things like that regular.
And you said you have other roads like this?
Yeah, I mean, Merrill Street is a good example.
How many more?
Let's see, Mechanic is a little bit of a different.
Are we about to engage?
Ilsley Hill.
Yeah, right, so are we about to engage on getting all of those corrected?
Well, a lot of those are already public, like Ilsley Hill is.
Yeah, but we're not taking up that very point you raised, we're not taking up on these other roads.
Responding to what?
Yeah.
But if the emergency side of things wasn't part of the equation, just removing that, because that's primarily for the town's benefit, not the other parcels. For the most part, I mean, you could say that there could be an emergency on their property, but for the most part, that would be to the town's benefit. So removing that from the equation, if we just left things the way it was and we said, you guys have to plow this road, that would be the only depressing part for everybody. Is that they would have to pay essentially to, right? I mean, you said maintenance too, but
Yeah.
I'm assuming the maintenance is fairly minimal. So yeah, it doesn't seem to me to be any value added to anybody to make it part of the town. Other than if the town feels that it's necessary to have this emergency access, which probably would be very expensive, but then why would we force private owners to kick in on designs to accommodate the town's emergency access? That doesn't seem reasonable to me.
Unless
Well, the
they're having
emergency access, yeah, the emergency access in large part.
But, you know,
benefits the
ambulance,
home.
yeah, I suppose, yes, that's true.
They can back in and back, they can back out, right? I mean, it's,
The
I
other
don't want to make it insignificant, it's not the end of the world, it's inconvenient.
The other thing is, I'm not sure that we would consider ourselves equal partners. It would probably be like on a frontage basis.
I think we'd be half. I look at this differently apparently than everybody else.
Again, even if, I'm stunned by what the cost it's been floated for the study would be.
We don't know that.
No, but say whatever it is.
Yeah.
What
The
the
cost-
cost would be?
Well, Chris said 3 to 4 grand.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5 grand tops.
I just, I'm not agreeing, I'm just,
Your brain is an idiot at that point, yeah.
Don't
No, so what with the construction cost?
kill the
We're
reporter.
talking, add a couple of zeros, right?
We have no idea that's the point of the study.
Well. Again,
personally, I think we ought to hash this out tonight at the level we are, but wait till we have numbers. before we get into this area.
This is preliminary.
So if you feel obligated to the people that live there, this went in front of the town to vote, do you think that the entire town would vote to spend money to take care of something like this for free,
Well, I think people that are interested in access to that open space property would also. I mean, if we were gonna do it, I would expand the ends, make a cul-de-sac someplace legit to park instead of on the side of a private road.
now they're gonna have traffic in and out their road, which is we're finding out on other roads in town with parking to open space. They don't want traffic on the roads.
The residents that were at the meeting were in favor of that, so.
There's a lot of issues that's starting to bubble up again.
All right, any,
Yes, I'll have to contribute. I'm Kelly Stevens. We are one of the butters and we weren't able to make that initial meeting, so just wanted to throw a couple things out there. We're also open to, you know, potentially adding a cul-de-sac, but in terms of it being a private road versus public with that access to trails, there is a constant flow of cars and parking that does take up the other side of the roadway. And anytime there has been an event at the high school, a lot of time, like our road has been completely full with cars and even like in front of our drive was on Brick Hill, but our property is technically Main Street. So, I mean, I know the town owns half of it. So in terms of like plowing, how would that work? Would we just plow our side of the road? Would you guys plow your side of the road? I mean, the logistics of that, I'm not really sure how that would work out, but in terms of, you know, the survey or bringing a consultant in, I don't know if the town has the capacity to just potentially look at like record drawings, like plan profiles and just do like a couple hours of like, I don't know, again, the bandwidth, but to see like what those impacts could be potentially before putting that out to bid to bring a consultant in to do 25 grand worth of work. Obviously, if that led to more construction, that's gonna be a much larger sum of money to cover, all that work, but I just was curious, you know, the harm in going through the survey or doing a little bit of front end work through the town to see like what those potential impacts could be.
yeah, that's what we initially discussed,
Yeah.
but I think what's needed is a little bit beyond what we can do.
Well, and I would just say, it's not a bandwidth issue. We've gone through every file in the town office. This was, one of the first subdivision roads built in the Commonwealth, or I'm sorry, in the town, but also in the Commonwealth, because the subdivision control law was approved in 1955. This was subdivided in 1956. This was one of the first subdivisions in the entire state.
Wow.
So the records are really lean in terms of how it was actually built. There's not as-built, there's nothing like that on file that you might expect for a road, so.
And the practices wouldn't have been as rigorous either.
Right, and there was even a pretty significant discrepancy between the subdivision plan that was actually approved by the planning board back then and what was actually built in terms of the layout of the road. I think I've got in here, the
I
actual.
think that's what you call a complete deviation.
Yeah, so I've got it in here, bear with me 1 second, I know there's a lot of paper here, especially for FinCom where. We've been at this since right last summer, so this is the approved subdivision plan. That's on file on the planning board, and this is showing, you can see a significant curve in the road. You know, a cul-de-sac, a Y, this is actually what's on file, this is clearly
What
not
was
what was
supposed to be, yeah.
built. So it's like we've spent many dozens of hours at a staff level, like the records aren't there or there's discrepancies, so, you know, we reached out to town council, and basically that's what brought us here, because we do know that the town really should not have been expending public resources to maintain a private road for the last many decades. That is what's happened, but that's not, you know.
To your point, I don't think that we would be comfortable going forward without the type of work that's actually being proposed. So if you're hearing, you know, if you're hearing pushback, I don't think you should be thinking it's because of the cost of the study. The study really is needed if we're gonna do anything. In fact, we can't have any further conversation until a study has established how big is. So I
It would
think,
have to serve as the basis to get the street approved.
Yeah,
planning
yeah.
and all
So-
that.
so-
I was a volunteer, so I understand.
yeah, right, okay. So I think there are those of us that have concerns about treating this road a little bit differently than we might treat other roads in similar circumstances, whether it be, you know, some of the public streets that also don't have turnarounds, et cetera. So the discussion on this perhaps will be a little bit messy.
Yeah.
And- Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
and so just, you know, bear with us, it doesn't mean that we won't arrive at a good place, we don't know that at all. You know,
Yeah.
just keep watching us and commenting, but I just wanted to make that, myself, if we are going to go down this path, what you proposed, I believe, is the first step that has to be done, I wanna be clear on that.
Mhm.
My exception is this whole construct of taking care of a private road, and I will tell you that I don't believe that because we own land outside of the subdivision that we did, I don't believe, I know the discussions are surrounding this, I don't believe that land court would say you also have obligation to that private road that belongs to that subdivision of which you are not part. So this is what.
So we have an opinion from town council.
I know.
Well, but it's a rebuttable,
Yeah, yeah.
rebuttable presumption,
Yeah,
so it really isn't.
Yeah, it's not, if you.
It's squishy, yeah.
If you go into land court, I'll tell you right now what a judge is gonna say if you want to be inclined to hear. So anyways,
What if I say no?
yeah, you're gonna say no, so that's fine. And I, you know, that was rhetorical, I apologize. But here's the thing, this is where I'm coming from. To make a valid case for this being the exception that we take up, has to go to things that are more of public benefit. Some things have been raised here, like the strain on the road from the high school, the trails. You know, this could be turned into an asset of the town, which might make me feel better about pursuing this from my point of view. I'm only speaking from my point of view. That's where I'm coming from. I just need people to know this, that we have a private road with 3 dwellings. I would expect them to participate to some extent. If we went off and did anything, I would expect them to participate in the study because it's of benefit to them. That's my.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think respectfully, you know, I disagree.
That's fine.
For one, I don't think that we have any obligations to the drive because we paved it. If somebody paved my driveway, it's a 200-yard foot long dirt road that I have to maintain and plow. And if you guys decided to pave it one year, I wouldn't be like, I'd be happy, you know, I'd be like, thanks, you know.
Would you give us the address?
Yeah. But, so I don't think that we have an obligation for that sense, but
Oh, I didn't say that, so.
I'm not saying you
Okay,
said
okay.
that. I'm just saying that that's one
Yeah.
important point for me is that I view that as a moot point that we
Right.
paved it, we accidentally
Yeah.
made an investment in it.
Yeah, we should never have done it.
I don't think plowing is a deciding factor here, because sometimes you have plowing that you have to do for your property. Sometimes you live on a long driveway, sometimes, you know, that to me is not a big deal, but you know, if we're talking about like people parking when there's an event at the high school, that's not really gonna change unless you significantly widen the roadway.
Right.
I mean, we're talking.
That, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so like they in turn could just put no parking signs.
Which we do
Private
elsewhere, which we
Right.
do elsewhere.
That
That's what I would suggest, that was my, it's a private road, if I live there, I'm gonna put up no parking signs. And I know that diminishes your interest in the hiking, but people don't have a right to park.
At least on that side. But
I think
that's why I disagree with you, because I feel like they can do that, and then if we decided, well, it's to the town's benefit to go through this whole process, I don't know why we would have to force them to kick in on that. So that's why I feel like if the town decides to inherit that, it wouldn't necessarily be. I don't feel like that they should be responsible. I mean, look how much money we talked about spending, or we did spend at the Pipe State crosswalk, and there was no paving on that job. You know, so this would be a huge job. This would be $500,000 or more, easy.
Right.
You know,
But
so to
you-
expect them
So
to.
that's
But
what-
they're taking private
But
land.
that's what the conversation's gotta back up to, and you said the number, so I'm gonna pin it on you if it's off, not me this time. But it's gonna be a big number, so if the town takes half, the butters take half. So 500, 250 divided by 3, they're into about 85,000 apiece. If, I don't know, if I'm gonna butt living on that road, I'm gonna say for 85,000, I'll keep it private.
I'll plow it.
So I think that's the first conversation to have before we start throwing 25 grand into the study. Would the abutters theoretically be interested in accommodating that kind of a number? Because it is gonna be, you're gonna have cul-de-sac, drainage, pavement, curbs, engineering. We were looking at a couple of culverts under a street for 400,000, so the number is going to be large. So before you throw one number at it, I think.
Just to clarify, I was just trying to point out that the discussion should be how we are benefited by this before we go forward with it. My belief is something different. I don't believe that the trails are that important, whether they're marked or unmarked. I don't believe that. I am sympathetic with people parking on that street and causing problems there. I agree with Chris. I would just make sure it's posted, no parking. But, you know, I was leaving open the possibility that there might be a compelling public interest that would make me change my mind.
Yeah.
I don't believe, honestly, that there is. I think the trails are fine, you know, that was set in motion, kind of a little bit of a loss. The plowing and the maintenance of the road, which, by the way, would extend to repaving, so it's not a minor issue to the residents, because that could be a very large expense. I just don't believe that should be on the town.
Unintended consequences potentially could be too. The town does is you just create a lot, you created frontage, so just
The town
the
side?
town's property.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, could we clear some of our own parcel and create like a gravel parking area? Kind of like we did at Mill Pond?
that gets dicey doing a curb cut onto the state highway.
Right.
You got entry up at the water tower. You go park up on the hilltop and walk in that way. Or
Those other
if you plan to go walk 4 miles in the woods, you can park at the high school and walk an extra 100 yards. So,
As far as creative building ones there, I don't think that's very practical. I mean, there's
it's
stream.
not practical, but it's an unintended consequence. It happened on Dole Place when they put the bridge in. So I'm just saying, beware of what the end result is.
But who, so you're suggesting the town would then subdivide?
If the town wanted to cover their costs on the project, you could.
It would be compelled to, you know.
I'm just saying, just think it up through the end is all.
Yeah, there's a stream that runs parallel to the road.
All right, so where we go from here, is there any additional information that anybody would like to have before we?
The packet is fairly complete.
Especially the select board one, if you
Yeah,
follow the link I
so-
sent out earlier this week.
What I would propose is that we each make sure that we go through the select board package. And then remember that, you know, we each have access to Wendy or to Angus or to Chris or Rick for additional, you know, follow-on, because there are layers to this, and it's not, this is an arguable thing. And so, you know, take whatever time, and I would ask that we put it back for whatever final outcome is gonna happen on that day in April that we're.
That makes sense. So April 3rd, my question, and I'll direct this one to the select board chairs. Do you want to, in the interim, see something on the next board meeting 2 weeks from tonight for the board to continue to chew on this? Just since we, you know, okay, so we'll put something on for March 20th for the board to continue to discuss, and then for April 3rd for the article.
Sounds good.
And we're all gonna do our homework on this one, right? Good, thank you. This is the.
Yeah, I would like, I would, before we end this conversation, I would just like to hear from the butters themselves. I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, what are your thoughts on this thing? I mean, you've heard from everybody else, but what do you guys think?
I like the comment of coming to the abutters with like a price of potentially what it could cost to make this a public road before moving forward with a study, because you know, I don't waste the money to do the study just to tell us it's gonna be $1 million and that we're gonna have to pitch in. Obviously, I think most people would probably say no to that, so.
The challenge is we don't know that number until we do the study, though.
Sure.
It's never,
Right.
yeah.
So in that case, it would be nice to know what that's gonna be and then whether the town is liable or how much the town can pitch in towards that and what the cost to the abutters would be. So.
Of the final improvements?
Of the final.
Right, okay.
And this, it looks like the study included a deliverable of a technical memo, so it sounds like the consultant would do X amount of field work, put the results together and put together a summary of their findings and then what they recommend for next steps, so I don't know if there's a way, if it's included in the scope for them to put together a very preliminary cost estimate.
Yeah, it was an ad,
Based on their
an ad
recommendations.
alternate.
Yeah, it's kind of an alternate, if based on following the initial memorandum, the board could invite the consultant to prepare estimate. If the town, in the event the town chooses to accept the road as public, bring some or all deficiencies into compliance. You know, the board could decide to bring it forward for acceptance with you know, without meeting all the standards. It would be up to a town meeting how they wanted to go, but yeah, so this was written, so this wouldn't be part of the base fee, but it would basically, you know, the first 4 tasks would get, you know, up to a certain point, and then these 2 ad alternates are, you know, if the board went forward from there, one's cost estimating, and the second would be to actually prepare a street acceptance plan. So, but it wouldn't commit the board to that.
Right. It's an iterative process, so as you go through it, decide you might go a little further.
Yeah. Well, one of the kind of just observations is you know, when we look back to the 2001 FinCom booklet where the funding was approved by town meeting to do some paving work, it was very clear in there that at the time, you know, it was understood it was a private road, but there's a particular, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. This amount is meant only to provide short-term repairs to get through the winter until a more comprehensive analysis is made. So there was this is October 2001. So, you know, when I found that, I had, you know, Jim and Max went through all the minutes of select board meetings, planning board meetings for like years after to say when, you know, we cannot find any documentation of any more comprehensive analysis. So it just kind of festered, and then it wasn't until last summer when it kind of came to our attention because the house was getting rebuilt, and we looked at it, and it's plain as day in the town's records that it's a private road. It's been that way forever. And then once we started digging into it, we say, good grief, this is, you know, the town's been doing this all these years, but it doesn't make it public.
So what do you make of that last sentence? that the FinCom believes that town's ownership creates a liability concern. You have any sense of what they were?
Well, wait a minute, go further up where it says the town became owner of the land that contains the road. That's not, true.
It's not a legal opinion either, it's.
No, that's just citizens writing a rationale and.
I know, I'm just curious, I'm not sure what that.
Well,
last
but
sentence-
my point is, that if they're basing it upon them thinking that the town owns the land that contains a road, that premise is wrong. So there is no,
So you're saying that sentence refers to the road as the land, is that what you?
yeah, when they say the ownership of the land creates a liability concern, that's based on the premise that the land contains a road. It
That's
doesn't.
what I'm asking.
Yeah, right, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Who was on the board then? They were idiots, but,
How do you feel about really?
yeah.
All right. I think we've hashed that out fairly well.
Yeah, we've done the best we can.
So more discussion 2 weeks from tonight, and then 2 weeks after that, we're gonna be back before the joint.
At least we got some of
That's
that.
great. Good.
Can I ask for a clarification? If it is retained as a private road, if that's the determination, do you lose the access to the conservation land?
No,
Because
because, according to town council, we own half the road, so we would have access on our half of the road, which is a little silly.
everyone has to go up the left.
Well, so,
No.
so basically, if you have frontage, you have right to pass and repass.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, whether that confers ownership or not is
Right.
debatable under this
Right,
derelict fee
exactly.
statute.
Thank you.
But an abutter to a way has a right to pass and repass.
But do we have-
So,
But generally-
so if the town has the right to pass and repass, does that right to extend to all the residents in the town?
that's it.
I don't-
Not a private road.
Right,
Not
so
a private
that's-
road.
But you do have frontage on Main Street,
Mhm.
so you got the road, you own, the town owns the frontage on Main Street, you would just have to access
So-
via that.
So this discussion, if we bring the lawyers in, we could do this discussion for the next 3 weeks. It would be fascinating. But they, that there is, if it, your question's really germane. If it's a private road, it does have some limitations on who can go across over a private road. As Angus says, if you're abutting that private road, you may have some rights, you may not. We could spend 3 weeks talking about this.
I think those rights would not include parking.
No, exactly, yeah, they would not include parking, so your observation is correct, that there may be an issue with the use of the road
Okay,
that remains private.
yeah, I was just looking for some clarification to make sure I was following correctly, because there was a lot going on
You
here.
were, I'm amazed, that's pretty good, actually, you did well.
All right, Article 33. Demo of the surplus building, page 4 site.
Okay, we've been talking about this one for some time now. So we originally started, once we found out that we were gonna take this building down, we started out with some real lower quotes. Then I talked to the building inspector and there's some updated, building laws that you have to take he wants to have the whole foundation taken out with the building, so that drove the cost up to the 27,300. We got several quotes already. They itemized a bunch of things, bunch of, like taking down the tower and taking this out and taking that out. We were able to do that in-house. So, to take the wood structure down and to take all the concrete out, is $27,300. And then we would do the site work of filling the foundation hole back in with the, DPW.
Has that building been tested for asbestos?
Yes, there was one 4x4 foot section at the bottom of the stairs that had mastic in the tile,
Mhm.
and that's been remediated. So all we have left is the oil, and I'm probably gonna get my own contractors to take the oil tank out there and then shut the electricity off, and then it's ready to be demoed.
Will that be paved then, or what is the plan?
Well, what it's going to do is basically widen that section of the road.
Mhm.
And right now, we would probably put a sub base in there, depending on what are they gonna do with that little section, we don't really know. Or what, we don't, exactly, are we gonna turn it into parking, are they gonna use it for something else? I don't know. So it would be ready to be paved. Unless somebody said they wanted to make it grass, then we would do the last, 14 inches in lieu. But I would say we should continue with the regular line of the parking that's there. Because right now, as you come up in there, the building sticks into where everybody parks, narrows it down before you walk back. So I would take the building down, continue the parking lot line that's there, and then pave the shoulder down towards the solar field.
Who gets to determine that? Would we determine that, or would the schools, speak to that?
I don't know, I mean, it's our property.
Yeah.
So we would,
Select board would.
Yeah.
so
If you
Brian
did
will
a-
make a recommendation?
Yeah, so if you did a sidewalk up there, you would see, it's pretty plain to see that once the building's gone, you would continue with the line of the parking lot. And those cars that park in front of the building would line up with all the other cars. And would it be a wider road out back to get to the gymnasium parking lot and the fields out back?
I just leave the foundation and make it a waiting pool.
Yeah, I mean, that was the original, usually what they do is they just chop off the foundation and knock it down in the hole, crush it all up.
Everything in it, yeah.
Right, and then they take the wood structure out.
You can't do that anymore.
That's a lot less expensive than hauling it all out. But,
You say environmentally disposal, I assume everything gets recycled to this point in separate dumpsters.
yeah, exactly, and there's water control, dust control, and all that plays into it as well.
I make a motion to approve Article 33 for the sum of $27,300. Demolition of the old Parks and Rec building on page 4.
Right, all in favor?
So, gentlemen,
I make a motion to, for Article 33 to demolish the Park and Rec building on 694 Main Street for the sum of $27,300. A second. Although I must say, I spent many hours, so it's kind of almost an emotive issue for me.
Really?
Park out, yeah.
Yeah, I did too.
You did too?
Think about
so
it.
are you having regrets now?
No, I,
That building's-
it is an ugly building.
Can you say one brick?
Good, that's, we needed to get you to that point too.
I actually, I can put the lock on that, I put the lock on that thing with a little digital lock.
I think it's actually built to be a bomb shelter.
Yeah.
'Cause
That's what I heard.
There's some heavy duty concrete. in
That's
there.
what I heard.
That's another thing they take.
It's always a store sports equipment,
Yeah.
that stuff.
Right, but it was always, yeah.
So we did get a second?
Yeah.
We did get a second, any discussion, a vote, all in favor, it's unanimous, who wants to write this one about the demo?
Is there a motion?
I guess it's like,
I
it's
think
an emotional.
Jim nominated himself, and by the way, the date on this would be 6/30/26.
to shut my mouth.
6/30/26.
Yeah, well.
So we have a sunset date of 26.
Okay, wow.
6/30/26. Well, I mean, it has to be sometime in next fiscal year,
That's a good
probably, yeah, good.
Look at it.
All right, Article 37.
And this one, I'll just kind of, not to preempt Brian, but I think the article request is in there, and I had put in for this and a couple of the others, some photos that hopefully help illustrate what's going on. So just in the interest of time, I would say if there's questions, ask them, but if not, maybe, I don't know if we need a presentation on this one.
I was hoping that, I think Chief Dwyer still on hold. I just wondering what this is actually used for.
Right.
What, the fire department?
Yeah, I mean, do they?
I would tell what you, now the chief is gone, I would like, I don't understand why we have that building either. Honestly, I thought that was a big show. Check out the building, no, but all it,
You asked.
yeah, all it goes
Why
back
do you
to.
need that building? Why do you need the Garden Street fire?
So we have our reserve equipment down there, we have a lot of training materials down there.
And it won't fit in the public safety building?
No. And I think that people that live on that side of town would be disappointed if that closed.
I guess it has something to do with the housing insurance. Your house is-
Well,
There's a point to that.
But is there
Yeah, I mean-
actually a truck there though?
There's
Two, we have a rescue down there, we have.
The original rationale was that it would help improve our rating.
ISO.
With, yeah, ISO. So whether that's true or not, that's amongst the most vague to plumb that out would take forever, it may or may not be true.
Right, so I had this conversation with Mike several times, I wanted to acquire that building to see if they needed it, and 100 times over, and the answer was always no. That because of the insurance in the area.
No, you don't bank on that.
So there's actually a vehicle that could fight a fire that's part of it, or just a
So when we had the fires on Browns Lane, that truck was the first on scene.
And there was one on Middle Street of fire, I think.
Yeah, the other, the fire we had was on the left of Browns and to the right.
Okay, yeah.
So anywho, you can see where it's deteriorating.
Yeah.
And we're gonna fix all that and put plastic and vinyl and,
It sounds like the space is needed.
yeah, we did the roof over 8-10 years ago. And now we're gonna do with the rest of the trim.
And the windows too, with the windows.
No,
Windows are good.
the windows are in good shape there.
Is that during the roof project? I forget.
Yeah, it was, the windows were done like 2 years prior to the roof.
Oh.
And then we did the roof. We were thinking about doing the garage. I'll find out where we are gonna be budget wise with the garage doors are pretty expensive. If we make good time on some of the other part of the projects, we might have time to do some of the garage doors.
So are they intact still? I see, it looks like there's a dent right there.
Yeah,
It was, at one point, Council on Aging was asking during the winter months to put the van in and they backed into our door. And gave everything,
it's been hit more than once.
not by us.
Yeah.
Those old people drive.
They can sit-
You gotta get us off the road.
I'm right there.
I'll make a motion to approve Article 37 for renovations to the Garden Street Fire Station with a sum of $12,500.
Just a second.
So why is the council on aging van parking in there?
We don't.
That was years ago.
I know, I'm just saying, if there's room for the van, is there access room there? Is there access? room?
They were having issues with snow removal, they couldn't remove it. from
If there was room for the
Let them use it
van,
during
you
the winter
need the entire building.
Yeah,
Get back through the door.
yeah, all right, I guess
So
that's.
we
a
get to
separate
remove
issue.
half the building?
It's not my issue, Rick.
All right, all in favor? All right, did you second?
I did, I said, I guess I'll second this.
All right, I think
And
we're,
we accepted that? Oh,
I make a motion that Article 37 to fund the Garden Street Fire Street exterior repairs for the sum of $12,500.
Second.
all in favor? Aye. No discussion. Is this 6/30/26 okay for sunset date on this? Thank you.
all right, Article 39.
It seems like a lot, they're not that big projects. Doesn't really take a lot of time to do.
So I'll do that. Okay. I was,
Dan might like
You still got Dan, yeah.
you know what?
It's only-
Let's do Dan on this.
Dan.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
There's gonna be some ones that come up there.
Page school, door, rear, so is this always like that?
Out behind the Page School, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
why would you build something like that?
Have you been up there in the wind? They built those, I guess, so that you could be protected,
No, but I mean, why would you leave it exposed like that? I'm not,
I don't know, it's
okay.
just the way that it is, and I guess the roof
90
was.
years ago.
Because of the old roof that was on the Page School was like a clay terracotta,
Mhm.
and the tiles were coming off and flying down and hitting this roof. going through. Yeah, so what they did was they put a bunch of brick pavers up on top of the roof. So that when the tiles came down, they didn't go through the roof.
That was the armory.
The alligator skin right there, so it's, yeah, so those are all up
Is
there.
that effective?
It affects everything.
Is it a good solution?
Yeah, so we're gonna take all the frame, take that whole roof little situation off there and replace the trim with plastic. And do like a new metal roof type situation there, that probably a corrugated metal roof.
Just put more bricks.
Yeah, over the top, concrete the roof in.
Hey, you have a ton of concrete from the demolition.
All right, motion. Please,
For Article 38 for the sum of $15,000 for the rear door entry cover and closure repairs.
Second.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
I make a motion to fund the, Article 38, to fund the Page School, door cover rear enclosure for $15,000.
I second that.
And just to ask, I think it might have already been asked, but this isn't the type of thing that you would tear down and walk away from, is it?
Oh, good question. I don't know. I didn't think about demolishing it. Probably because a lot of that stuff is tied into the bricks. You know, we could take the roof off and leave it open.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, yeah,
And I think the demolition costs would probably be the same.
yeah, okay, I got it, yeah, okay, so, we got a quorum. Luckily, we changed the bylaw,
This Ross is back here.
Ross is back, unless there's more discussion, we can go to a vote on this, Ross, you think? So, all in favor, unanimous in favor, thank you.
Definitely.
Sunset date is still gonna be
Good
the
money after bad.
6/30/20, yeah, that was, yeah, right, 6/30/26. Is the sunset date, I presume, Brian, and, does someone want to volunteer the rationale, or should we give Dan, I mean, Dan's only got like $12,000, so do you wanna give him another one?
I think I heard him say he'd do it.
Okay, yeah, what's next?
39 Page School freezer compressor.
Picture says 1,000 words on this one.
Ouch.
Says one word, ouch, yeah.
So anytime there's a big expense like this, I always wonder, has the maintenance been adequate, you know? Because the school district would cover the maintenance costs, but now that it's capital, it's the town's responsibility, so. Do you have any insight on that, whether?
I don't really know enough about it either, but I know that, I think it's one of those things, there isn't really a ton of maintenance to it. You know, if it's not making heat, if it's not making the refrigerator cold enough, they come in and fix it. That's like any air conditioning type thing.
But we're replacing it rather than.
Yeah, right, yeah, you're gonna replace the whole thing.
Yeah.
Do we have a sense of how old?
Because that thing is ancient, yeah.
Yeah, how old is this?
And look at it.
Yeah, I know, right? And it's actually, I mean, it's not even in the same room, right?
No, it's not.
There's also I mean, that thing is, it's separate from, if you saw the arrangement, you would say, I don't even know how
Yeah,
to say
this, if you can see where my
Much
mouse is
scarier.
here, this is basically the exterior of this door here, so you're kind of going up this ramp and through, so it's.
And the old
actually
one that-
through a locked door from the freezer to the compressor.
And the old one that preceded that one is stuck to the side of it, I think.
Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there.
Just
Okay,
off-
so-
off
That's
the
like a
picture.
Yeah,
Still see
they
the old
didn't pay for
I would have no
for the demo of the other one.
Looks like it's up to OSHA standards.
Right.
So in that case, I'll make a motion to support Article 39 for the sum of $17,000 to replace the refrigeration system at the walk-in freezer at Page.
I'll second, but, I just would like to ask if the carcass of the previous one is still there. This is gonna become a graveyard now, or are they gonna get rid of it?
No, we're gonna get rid, yeah. I talked to them about it, they're gonna get rid of that.
You ever use it to go like
Yeah.
that?
I can copy the old one off if they're not prepared, but help me get it outside type thing.
All right, all in favor?
Aye. I make a motion to fund Article 39 to fund the Page School freezer compressor replacement for $17,000.
Second.
So this would be a sunset date of June 30th, 2026.
Yes.
Any further discussion? All in favor? It's unanimous. Who wants to write it?
It kind of goes with the one we just gave Dan.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Wait, I'll have to buy him an extra beer. Okay, so that's Dan. Next time, show up to the meeting. What's next?
Next is the DPW solar, for the solar, and there was some interesting discussion on this last night at Capitol, which I'm sure will be expanded upon in terms of what it comes down to is if the reason for this, if the sole reason for this at this time is to make the roof kind of structurally sound for solar, it was discussed last night that at minimum, it ought to be made explicit to the voters that that is the sole reason. It's not due for replacement. And there was also some discussion as to whether there ought to be any kind of overt commitment that if we're gonna do this and the only reason is to make it solar ready, are we also gonna commit to bring it forward for
Interesting,
solar?
yeah.
That was my question. I don't think we made the commitment on it.
No, we
Studied
could,
different-
there's no vote the town meeting can take that would be binding on a future town meeting. But it was definitely, I think everyone agreed that it should be made very
Yeah,
clear
right.
that the only reason to do this is if.
Right,
if your town
right,
is-
so it might lead to them wondering why we do the solar.
Right,
Right.
Is there a number for this yet?
there is.
Yeah.
It's $41,500.
That's on Brian's to-do list.
Yeah, one person not getting an email about the 5 things he did last week is this guy.
Yeah, right, that's why I'm stocking up my work and I want Elon Musk to call me up.
I've got the old one now.
Oh, okay. Okay, oh, you don't have the updated one, okay, sorry, yeah.
So that's.
I think this number's been pretty, I think this, yeah, I don't think it's changed. But I think this has been the same number, I think it's been an error.
So what you speak to, Angus, is as much about the rationale that gets written.
Correct, yeah.
If it's also part of our discussion, so you've made it part of the discussion that this is in preparation for a project that has not yet been approved.
Right. So I think that's really directed to the board because it's, you know, I think if this board intends to bring forward that at a subsequent town meeting, let's do it. But I don't know that you've had that discussion.
No, we haven't.
That's
I mean, what was this recommended by the study? I mean, I thought it was kind of ambivalent about whether this was a good.
It was. The roof, when you say was this recommended by the study, the roof?
Yes, solar on it.
No, that was, suggested by the vendor that they would need to, evaluate the roof structure. As, you know, as to whether or not it was suitable.
But the roof was was in the solar feasibility.
The roof,
Yes,
the roof
right.
was one of the surfaces, or one of the areas that was considered for solar. But the roof structure was not evaluated in that study. It was acknowledged that that was something that needed to be looked at. And then that was further brought up, I know when you were, I think at some point you had a conversation with Sam and he pointed that out, and you know, so the. And the vendor had also noted that needed to be done, I mean, you know, they.
But
it's standard.
Is this the next logical place to put solar?
We don't know.
Yeah, well,
No, I just mean that,
Based on that report. it was
yeah,
like the top-
was this like the top 2 or 3 or?
yeah, this is low hanging fruit, I mean, this is.
Except for the roof
Yeah,
structure,
you know, zero shading,
Right,
you know.
it's a good site.
Existing surface, although obviously the existing surface now we're talking about,
Right.
upgrading the existing surface. And.
Would this
but-
make you rethink the order of which of the solar things you're gonna pursue? That's really my
That's a
question.
good question.
It would not.
Yeah, but then you can see what the
Yeah,
thing
because
is.
the.
You wouldn't wanna do this and find out it's number 5 on the list.
Right, the infrastructure, everything else, you know, there's, electrical service present, you know, there are three-phase power lines nearby, all the other infrastructure is.
Do you do ROIs on this stuff?
Yeah, you can,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, but,
and that's something that should be done.
Right.
Yeah,
because the 41.5 obviously changes the investment.
right, and one of the things that came up in the meeting last night, as this topic evolved. Was, you know, did we have current costing, or did we have reasonably good costing on the system? So I had been waiting for 3 weeks for the vendor that had been talking with. To come back with a proposal. And so I called this morning and said, you know, we talked 3 weeks ago and I don't have anything yet, so I do now. You know,
got me something today, and Caitlin has it as well, you know, so we're, quite honestly, in my mind at this point, we probably, the timing isn't right, you know, I don't think, I think there's too much to do here in too little time. And we're
In time
gonna
for
take,
town meeting.
yeah, yeah,
I think I would favor having this be part of the solar proposal.
okay, I wouldn't disagree with that, yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be clear in the voters.
Is that a corrugated roof?
But I mean, I appreciate what Brian did going, you know, putting this together and figuring out what the cost would be to do
Well, then
this.
we know, for the
Right.
next, you know.
Right.
Do we know that that would be enough to support the solar panels? Did someone determine that?
You know, what we would be doing is taking that all off and putting more trusses in. They're 4 feet on center, they need to be 2 feet on center with, new purlings and the whole bit.
Right, and after that's done. it-
That's ready for solar,
ready
yes,
for solar.
yes, yep.
All right, so,
I mean, how much? Again, it's a whole different discussion, a ground mounted system, I mean, 41 grand to do that, that's it's just a marginal building at best, you know, it's not a high quality structure, it's a storage shed. I think investing 41 grand and then a significant investment in panels on that is.
Haven't we agreed that we're gonna move this conversation to sometime in the future or not?
well, so,
I'd rather just remove it from the warrant if you want.
Well, that's what I thought we were
that,
talking about.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that, but I guess I'm not, well, we don't.
Yeah,
talk about that now, Chris.
that becomes conversation later.
Yeah,
so do we need to vote to remove it then?
Mhm.
Right.
Thank you.
I heard a motion from Chris and a second from Rick.
Oh,
We're very efficient now.
all in favor? Are Chris and Rick okay with that assessment?
Yeah, right, I'm thinking, that's wonderful that you do that. How accurate is it? I've been reading some stuff up there. I can't believe it.
It'll get us done quicker.
Yeah, keep doing it, thank you.
yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that it didn't have the information I got today, weeks ago,
But that's the fall, there's the fall, and I think it might be better to have all ducks in a row.
All right, extend article sunset dates, article 15. I've forgotten which ones these are now.
Well, I mean, I think that Jim and Angus have probably recorded all our votes in favor of extending sunset days.
As soon as they pull it up, we can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, this for, water well field study, these current balances are not accurate, these are as of February 5th, so there's been, obviously activity. Since then, so I don't even know,
I can tell you.
yeah,
That one hasn't changed.
okay, this one, so.
Basin.
And
I don't think
then
the dollars necessarily matter,
Yeah,
right, as a
no.
board, it's the concept.
it's really more, on the- yeah, if we had reason to think they were gonna be done by June 30th, there would be no reason.
Right, they were never gonna happen, it's still more
Yeah.
realistic if
Right.
you wanna remove them.
Right, right, unless you decided you didn't want to pursue any additional spending.
Just those three,
Just those three, yeah.
I mean, it's Article 50,
What?
Are we able to add to?
That's a
this?
good thing to ask. So I was reviewing some water balances and I noticed a couple of articles that they had proposed, they have active that are both due to sunset at the end of June. Mark hasn't approached me about it. I did send him an email yesterday afternoon saying, hey, you have these two significant balances. They're both set to sunset by the end of the year. I have this article on for tomorrow night. Let me know ASAP. I did not, I heard an email back just say, oh, let's meet Monday. I'm like, he didn't give me an answer. So
But we can.
my feeling is, yeah, if they need to see an extended sunset, they really should.
so.
They should make that request.
I don't even know
I
how
was,
to
as
face that.
a courtesy, trying to like throw them a lifeline. I didn't hear back, so,
Yeah.
but I think Jenny's right to bring that up, that if we hear from water tomorrow, that, oh yeah, we're gonna need that, you know,
Yeah,
pump that we needed, that we said was urgent, that, you know, 6 months has gone by and we haven't spent the money.
I've got no information to assess that today.
I have no information to
I'm gonna
assess.
make a motion to support Article 50 to extend the sunset dates of the water well field study, the invasive species management, the page score elevators, all 3 dates to be extended to June 30th of 2026.
Second.
All in favor?
Hi, thank you.
So.
I do have another.
Oh, you do have another one?
Well, I didn't know if the unbudgeted, you had talked about the unbudgeted personnel, article that is due to sunset this year that we still haven't
Because of the unsettled dispatch
unsettled
contract.
dispatch
Yeah,
contract.
that's a good point, yeah.
Can we have that and the water come back at the next meeting? We can modify this.
That would be good,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, and I'll reach out to a few more as well and we'll get them all.
So we're in agreement that although we're in favor, you guys are in favor of this, we anticipate some more to be added that will take up.
There may be.
Yeah, right.
There may be, I mean, at the time we wrote this, we did do that analysis and this is the three we brought
Yeah,
forward.
but
Yeah,
I'm trying to convey that we
Yeah,
should be
yeah.
expecting to see some additional.
So do you wanna
So,
vote or you?
yeah, you all set, Jen?
Yes.
Okay,
We're gonna vote, okay?
yeah,
So I make a motion to, Article 50 to extend the article sunset dates of the 3 articles on the screen that mirroring Chris's. Narrative. It's getting late.
is there a second?
Second.
So, for discussion, I wanted to ask this, on the page school elevators. Where we began a balance of 50, looks like we spent around 8,000 on that. This strikes me as a very odd type of special, article. This is continuing resource for if as needed elevator repairs. So it's an interesting thing. So instead of it being, we'll do it as we go through the operating budget, we decided to set aside 50.
yeah, so at that time,
But we didn't really have an exact need or.
no, we did have. a
Oh,
need.
okay.
But since that time, if you remember back a year ago, since that time, Kentucky voided their contract with their old vendor. They contracted with the vendor that the town has used and recommended. The vendor we used was able to come in and do the repairs that were needed at much less than what Kentucky thought was gonna be needed. We know with the elevator, and it's got a clean bill of health, we have no reason to think there's gonna be an issue, but because of the age, there's 2 elevators, not 1, first of all. So if there's an issue, they're often over $10,000. And so
So
having,
this is almost a reserve.
it's really a reserve.
It's really
It's
reserve
what
fund,
it is.
yes, which I have no problem
That's
with.
exactly what it
I
is,
just,
yeah.
you know, these are distinctions that sometimes.
No, you're right,
report for us.
that's exactly correct.
So this is in the nature of reserve fund, you're exactly right, I mean, cause you don't have a contract that says. You pay us 10,000 a year and we'll fix anything.
Correct.
What you've got is somebody you can call to fix and then send you a bill.
Yeah, I
A
mean, yeah,
revolving reserve fund, basically.
It's a revolving reserve fund, thank you. Okay, fine, so that was just, I just need your application, so all in favor? It's unanimous, thank you very much.
All right.
Rationale. Oh, no, this is just do sunset date, do we need a rationale still?
You did one.
Well, we did, well, yes, you're exactly, we have to explain why, yes.
Yeah,
you're exactly
I think
right.
I did it last time, so I got.
Pretty easy
Thank you,
rationale.
The sunset.
Unless someone doesn't like the
That was the
expenditure.
sunset thing.
Yeah, what's the sunset date?
All right, now we need to figure out how we're gonna organize these articles.
well, my advice would be to only focus on the MBTA and everything else, because we don't need to decide tonight.
But I think we need to decide how we're gonna do it, so is one night gonna be special,
Right.
or an annual?
Right. So I think what we talked about at the last meeting was to do kind of the same thing that's been done in the past of posting the booklet for April 28th. With the expectation that it may extend to a second night, but to do the open the annual, immediately go to the special, finish the special, go back to the annual. My recommendation would be to put the MBTA zoning on the special, that way you can really assure voters it will be taken up the first night. That was one of the things the board had expressed.
Absolutely.
And if we go to a second night, we've got the space reserved, and I said the 29th, it's not, it's the 30th. So, yeah, so, but I think we have a postcard that's all set to go and it's gonna be sent to the printer in the morning. That's gonna be sent to every household in town on the MBTA communities. And so we wanted to be able to say date certain when that's gonna come up. So, coming out of tonight, I think we'd be saying Monday, April 28th.
So who is gonna propose which things are going to the annual, and which things are going to?
So I've proposed it with this color coding, but in terms of who decides that, it's really the board.
Yeah, but so you put together something.
Yeah, I put something together, yeah.
Okay, good, and I presume that this will be set at your next meeting, is that when you're gonna set it?
You could do it on the 20th if you want. It's your warrant, you don't,
Well, it might be nice, I mean, some logistics and changing over and,
Yeah.
getting the numbers set and all that.
No, just the MBTA we're set with.
Oh.
Yeah, but we don't need all the articles tonight and where it's already late, we still have executive session ahead of us.
Yeah, you guys got somewhere to go. Are we done here?
Yeah, you guys, I think you guys
Hope
are.
so. Correct.
Brian, you're more than done.
Yeah. Brian, thank you.
Yeah.
Nice seeing you again, Brian.
Yeah,
Thank you. We're good, right? So we're gonna adjourn right now. We have a motion by Jim,
I make a
second by
motion to
Dennis,
adjourn.
voted unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Great.
So,
So
I like that.
the next meeting 2 weeks from now, I will be remote.
Yes, thank you. That was what you had scheduled that, I think. Yeah, thank you.
All right, I move to
Thank you, Jim.
recess.
Appreciate it a
No,
lot.
I want to break you up, I see that.
Okay.
5 minute recess. You have a chair.
Recess. Oh, that was, oh, okay, yeah, all right, I did not know.
Yeah.
All right, so,
Gotta go into executive, we gotta adjourn.
Yeah, we need to
Recess for executive session.
recess to executive session.
all right, I move to recess to executive session for items.
Setting mass general law, something. Folks.
Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3 and 21A6.
Second.
All in favor? Dennis, could you shut the door when you leave, please?
I will.
Thank you.
All right, so, for whoever's still, on, the, board is recessing to executive session and will return to open session for the sole purpose of adjournment. So